Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Hold no punches.
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Boy, y'all better buckle up for today's show. It's Monday, October 28th, 2024, coming up on Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming live on the Black Star Network. My goodness, Donald Trump's Madison Square Garden fascist rally unleashed harsh criticism, racist commentary about Latinos, Puerto Ricans, black people, you name it. It had all of it. We'll talk to a Puerto Rico member of Congress from Florida to talk about the fiasco. Vice President Kamala Harris, she visited the Philadelphia Barbershop over the weekend to discuss various issues. She also sat down and talked to Shannon Sharpe and Club Shay Shay that dropped today as well. She also had something to say about those comments about Puerto Ricans, even dropping a new ad as well. We got all of it for you. Plus, the Exonerated 5, they're suing the Orange Man for defamation. We'll talk to one of the attorneys who filed the lawsuit, and the only Louisiana State Trooper who contributed to Ronald Greene's death has pled guilty. We'll talk to Ronald Greene's mother about that decision. Y'all, lots to talk about. It's time to bring the funk on Roland Martin Unfiltered. On the Black Star Network, let's go.
He's got it. Whatever the miss, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, roll, y'all. It's Roland Martin, yeah. Rolling with Roland now. He's funk, he's fresh, he's real, the best, you know he's Roland Martin now.
There's a lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico. Okay. All right. Okay. We're getting there. Now, again, normally I don't follow the national anthem, everybody. This isn't exactly a perfect comedy setup. There's some people here. All right. Very good. I like it. I have other policies that I think it should be implemented as well. Like me personally, I think football should be all year round. Yeah. So many great athletes. I don't know about you.
Oh, that's Texas comedian Tony Hinchcliffe. And trust me, he set off a furor yesterday as a result of those comments made at Donald Trump's Madison Square Garden rally. Now, the Trump campaign released a statement disavowing the comments, but then news stories come out today saying multiple sources say that his comments were indeed vetted by the campaign. He actually planned to call Vice President Kamala Harris the C word, four-letter word, but they struck that. But they left in the comments about blacks and watermelons and Puerto Ricans as well. Well, folks, social media blew up instantly. Folks like Bad Bunny, as J-Lo, Ricky Martin, they posted comments of their Instagram and Twitter following exceeding more than 100 million folks. Bunny announced that he was endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris. It was just a furious response. People were commenting left and right. New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez took to social media to criticize Hinchcliffe. You also had so many others as well. You had Republicans in Florida where you have 1.1 million Puerto Ricans. Man, they were sitting here running backwards trying to disavow the comments. You had Senator Rick Scott. You had a member of Congress. You had, of course, Senator Marco Rubio. I mean, it was over and over and over again. And the Harris campaign, they wasted no time. Now, mind you, when the comments were made, she was actually visiting a Puerto Rican restaurant in Pennsylvania. There are 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania. Earlier in the day, she also had released her agenda for Puerto Rico. Her campaign today dropped this ad. All right, let's get that ad ready. Again, they wasted no time jumping on this. When you talk about a very, very close race, this is what you're dealing with right now, folks. This could be the difference when you talk about the margins. Do we have it? Let's go.
A floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
I will never forget what Donald Trump did. He abandoned the island and offered nothing more than paper towels and insults. Puerto Ricans deserve better. As president, I will always fight for you and your families, and together we can chart a new way forward.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Joining us now is Florida Congressman Darren Soto. Glad to have you on the show. So the Trump folks say, the comedian said, what's y'all problem? Y'all can't take a joke.
Well, you have to understand the context. We saw with Hurricane Maria, over 2,000 Puerto Ricans die from the hurricane. Power was out for 7+ months. We also passed $42 billion in relief for the island, and Trump blocked it for years. And so, you know, this just poured salt in a wound that's been around for a while. It seems like some folks started forgetting, and then with this hate rally yesterday, it just stared all of us in the face. And I could tell you the 1.2 million Florida Ricans here in the Sunshine State are angry, and we had a huge press conference this morning. We're hearing from different folks from my office, and of course, New York, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, also areas where there's a lot of us.
I mean, you're right. It was furious, the reaction, and what not just Puerto Ricans, but other Latinos as well, angry with those particular comments, as well as other speakers at that rally.
Absolutely. And, you know, we had Venezuelans standing by us today. We had Cubans and others. And, you know, in this state, you see a lot of people trying to disavow it, but Donald Trump put together this forum. He brought these people together. Now we're learning that they even vetted those remarks ahead of time. This is what happens. And in the home stretch, this was a great spark to remind Boricuas that we need to support Kamala Harris, who actually has a plan to help the island get back to prosperity and to help with disaster relief versus just hate coming from the other side.
It was so many. I mean, again, when you saw the reaction, I thought was interesting. And then you had folks like Geraldo Rivera, who earlier, of course, he had announced that he was not going to vote for his longtime friend, Donald Trump. He was going to support Vice President Kamala Harris. In the aftermath, he released this tweet. He said, a floating island of garbage, referring to Puerto Rico, poisoning the blood of our nation. We have murder in our genes. He says, F these races, Latino men of goodwill. Have pride in yourselves and your ancestors. A vote for Trump is a vote against self-respect.
Well, it's not surprising that Geraldo came to our defense finally. And of course, J-Lo came out about this as well, Mark Anthony last week. But look out for Bad Bunny, the person who was most Spotified over the last 2-3 years as an artist, with hundreds of millions of followers, who was staying on the sidelines, focusing more on Puerto Rico itself. And this really hit the bee's nest. And we know young people of color, including in the Hispanic community, are key folks to get out to put Kamala over the top. And we're hopeful this is going to be motivating.
Again, we start talking about numbers here. 1.1 million in Florida. You already had the attack on Haitians at 400,000 in Florida. Some 500,000 in Pennsylvania. You've got, 50 to 65,000, 100,000 in North Carolina. You've got Puerto Ricans in Wisconsin and Michigan as well. And I would think that the group chats and the text groups have been on fire for the past 24 hours.
Well, no doubt. And look, our girl Kamala, she's of Jamaican descent. Never underestimate that Caribbean background and how important it plays in our state. When we talk with folks in the Haitian community, including Miss Phyllis McCormick, my colleague from South Florida, they are animated about it. Obviously, The Puerto Rican community is animated about it, Dominican community, and then broader colleagues in the Venezuelan and Colombian community showed up in force today as well. So we know in our state it'll keep it close because people are animated, and we're really excited about seeing a Caribbean woman at the top of the ticket.
And the thing that people need to understand is that it's not the first time. This is exactly who they are. This is what his rallies have always been about. And what they chose to do was to put everybody in one bucket and just go at it.
Yeah, I was surprised to see the playing of Dixie before one of my colleagues here in Florida as he came on, Representative Donalds, and then, of course, just despicable stereotypes about the Hispanic community generally, as well as the African-American community. You know, is this really the closing argument to seal the deal for Trump to win? You know, it's blown up in their faces, and it was foreseeable from the get-go. This was heralded as a parallel to a 1930-something rally of Nazis back in the day at Madison Square Garden. So just another bizarre page in the Trump campaign as we get to closing arguments. And meanwhile, Kamala Harris is going to swing states over and over and over. She's going to be making her case at the ellipsis right before the election day. And so we see them doing all the right things to let the American people know she's got a plan for the economy. She's got a plan for civil rights, for the environment. She is going to be our defender of democracy. And when you contrast it against the other guys, it's all hate and name calling.
Well, how about this here? J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's running mate, U.S. Senator from Ohio, he said, we have to stop getting so offended when asked about the joke. He said, maybe it's a stupid racist joke and maybe it's not. He then said, our country was built by frontiersmen who conquered the wilderness. We're not going to restore the greatness of America's civilization if we get offended at every little thing. Let's have a sense of humor. Let's have a little fun.
Yeah, sure. Just like he takes a joke real well. We've seen him blow up. But look, this is the Trump two-step. They float out a racist joke or a racist comment to rile up their base, and then they come out with some hollow apology or why are you offended by that? And it's all just to try to placate just enough folks to join with his base to try to win. But it's all about, from the beginning, leading with discrimination, leading with division, leading with hate. And that's the big issue. And when you look at that compared to the history of what Puerto Rico and we Puerto Ricans in the mainland have been through with Hurricane Maria and with all these different attacks. We've seen Trump even try to trade Puerto Rico for Greenland, just bizarre stuff that just tacks on to this history.
Well, absolutely. And I just think that it's important for people to understand when you have Stephen Miller saying up there, you know, America's for Americans, as if America didn't have immigrants to start with. I mean, there is no America without immigrants. There is no America, and I'm going to deal with Dr. Phil in a second by saying, oh, America was built with hard work, not DEI. I think it was also built by a hell of a lot of work and some free labor, people of African descent who were enslaved.
No doubt about it. And we see the parallels between some of the Nazi comments of Goebbels and some others with Stephen Miller. They line up almost perfectly. Germans are for Germany. Americans are America's for Americans. The opposition is vermin, non-human. These are all the telltale signs of fascism. And in our history, there's been just enough Americans that do the right thing to finally bring our country forward in many instances, whether it was the Civil War, whether it was during World War II. And now we're going to have to rise together again, just like we did in 2020, to avoid a fascist future for our nation.
Well, absolutely right. And it's all about getting the vote out. I was seeing a story earlier in Politico, and it said for Puerto Ricans, this is our October surprise. They were talking about what was being discussed on radio all day, and this person, this individual here, give me 1 second, Victor Martinez, who's on Spanish language radio in Lehigh Valley in Pennsylvania. He said he's of Puerto Rican descent. He said, for Puerto Ricans, this is our October surprise. This is a gift with a bow from the Trump campaign. This is what we needed to energize the Puerto Rican community, remind the Puerto Rican community of who he is.
There's no question. Victor knows our community. He lived in Central Florida. He covered events in Pennsylvania, we know, in Philadelphia, and in East Pennsylvania. There's nearly 500,000 Puerto Ricans in that big swing state, in addition to well over 1 million folks here. And look, there was an attempt to try to turn the page by Trump on Hurricane Maria, which astounds me that anybody could feel that way. But as we're going through all these debates, there could have been a little bit of a malaise that this just strikes through with a lightning bolt because it was unprovoked. There was no reason to say this. It was a window into their soul, how they view us, what they believe about us, and they were trying to laugh at us, and they're about to see the full voting power of a nearly 6 million person Puerto Rico diaspora spanning Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, as well as some in Ohio as well.
Well, indeed. Well, look, it's a week to go. We'll see how this turns out when it comes to early voting, also Election Day. And I certainly hope Puerto Ricans in this country go to the polls in massive numbers in Pennsylvania and Florida until Donald Trump and MAGA. Okay, you want to offend us? Well, guess what? We're going to give you the boot and hang these L's on you, not only for him, but also these congressional and Senate candidates who also stand with Donald Trump.
And we're looking forward to marching hand in hand to the polls and getting our Caribbean sister, Kamala Harris, over the finish line for the good of the nation.
All right, Congressman Soto, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Roland.
Folks, it has been, again, just a fierce reaction from all across the country. And then, of course, you got folks like, right-winger nutcase Matt Walsh, who said, oh, this is just perfect for Trump. He's got the Democrats focusing on race in the final week. No. What's happening is the vice president tomorrow is going to be on the ellipse, the same place where Donald Trump led the January 6, 2021 insurrection, talking about democracy. And trust me, this is going to be a part of that story as well. I'm going to go to a break. We come back. We're going to play for you what President Obama had to say last night on the Win with Black Men call about this particular rally. We'll also have some other comments as well. Plus, Lindsey Graham. Did he show his ass on ABC yesterday or what? Sounded like a complete fool. Oh, I can't wait to play you for that. Plus, the vice president sits down at Club Shay Shay with Shannon Sharp. We got some of that as well. Lots to break down for you right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
Trump ain't shit.
Did you know that Trump wanted the military to actually shoot Black Lives Matter protesters? I mean, Trump is not shit.
He let people die during COVID and then told us to drink bleach.
He tried to kill the stimulus bill and couldn't, so he delayed the money just so he could put his name on the check.
Trump ain't shit.
He used the death penalty to execute black men like Brandon Bernard.
He f***ed Obama's economy, lost thousands of black jobs. He started inflation and gave his billionaire buddies a tax cut.
America, Trump ain't shit. Don't vote for that man. He's nothing but
Steelers season tickets since I'm 7 years old, man. Me and my dad, that's our thing.
Here we go, Steelers! Here we go! Kick it!
I was a 7-year-old with a little mullet, just like a Pittsburgher should have, with a Cordell Stewart jersey on, sitting at Three Rivers Stadium watching in 1995. A Yinzer, I'd define it as somebody that bleeds black and gold, works hard, cares about their family and their hometown. Donald Trump does not care about the working man whatsoever. This guy's not looking out for my family. Talking about giving tax breaks to billionaires, and he's gonna sell out working families to pay for it. Cut our health care. Cut our Social Security. He's a little rich kid, too. He ain't me. Little silver spoon boy Donald Trump. How is he relatable to me whatsoever? The guy literally lives in a country club. Do I look like a country club kind of guy?
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Philly Tough is different.
They insult us.
Bad things happen in Philadelphia. Bad things.
They don't like us. We don't care. Because here's the thing that people like Donald Trump don't understand. We're Philly. F***ing Philly. And when you fight us, we fight back. From 1776 to 4th and 26th. So go ahead. Talk whatever you want, Donald. We're voting soon. And when it comes to freedom, Philly's undefeated.
How am I supposed to tell him?
Kamala Harris has never backed down from a challenge. She put cartel members and drug traffickers behind bars, and she will secure our border. Here's her plan: hire thousands more border agents, enforce the law and step up technology, and stop fentanyl smuggling and human trafficking. We need a leader with a real plan to fix the border, and that's Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Carl Payne pretending to be Roland Martin. Holla!
You ain't got to wear black and gold every damn place, okay? Ooh, I'm an alpha, yay! All right, you're 58 years old. It's over.
And you are now watching
Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Uncut, unplugged, and undamn believable.
All right, folks, let's get right to it with our panel. I know they got lots to say. Dr. Julian Malveaux, economist, president emerita, Bennett College, author, joining us from D.C. Dr. Amakongo Dibinga, senior, professorial lecturer, School of International Service, American University, out of D.C. Rena Shannon, former Georgia State Representative out of Atlanta. Glad to have all three of you here. Boy, Renita, I'll start with you. Boy, that fascist rally lived up to the billing.
Amazing to me that Trump would try to distance himself from the comments that the comedian made about Latinos, or about Puerto Rico specifically, considering that's the way he started his campaign in 2015. He came down the escalator, and at that time he was talking about Mexicans and how they were all of the reason of all of the problems of America. And so that kind of brings me to my second point, which is that there are folks in the crowd, folks of color of all different backgrounds, who see themselves in this campaign, and they don't understand that Trump sees all of you the same way. These folks who are there, who are part of these identities that the comedian attacked, think that Trump just doesn't like the other folks, who he just doesn't like the Puerto Ricans, but he's good with my crowd. And at the end of the day, he sees all of them the same. The other thing that I would also bring up is that, you know, this has been going on for such a long time with Republicans. I grew up in Central Florida, and I saw how Republicans would, one by one, long before Trump was ever even thought of in politics, divide Latinos within the state. They would consider the Latinos in the South, who in South Florida, who would largely elect them, the Cubans, to be the ones who were the good Latinos, and then in Central Florida, the Puerto Ricans to be the bad ones, because it mostly went Democratic. And so this is a long-standing shell game that Trump has been running for so long, and I just hate that people continue to fall for it. Because I'll tell you this, when I've heard Trump make comments about Black immigrants, I know that he may be speaking about Black immigrants and Black and countries that Black immigrants come from at the time, but I know that he sees regular, everyday African Americans the same way he sees those Black immigrants. It's all connected.
Listen, Amakongo, they are who they are. They are racist, they are bigots, they are white nationalists. He wants to deport 11, 12 million people. He doesn't care if you've got 4 to 5 million families that have children, and they sort of split between somebody who's legal and somebody who is not. They don't care. This is all about their white nationalism. They are hell-bent on touting the Great Replacement theory. They want to maintain the whiteness of America. Like I said in my book, White Fear, how the browning of America is making white folks lose their minds. They are scared to death of this country becoming black and brown.
And look, at the end of the day, people really need to realize what Renita said is so true about how they are coming for everybody. And as happy as I am to see what Bad Bunny and other folks have done in terms of supporting Kamala yesterday, I also get frustrated because at the same time, like my parents are Congolese. I didn't need to wait for Donald Trump to come out and diss the Congo as he's been doing as of late before I realized he was a racist, homophobic, misogynist, Islamophobic, ignorant individual. When I saw him come for Mexicans, when I saw him do what he did with us African Americans, the Central Park Five, the Exonerated Five, what I seen him do with Jewish people needing to have their head examined, and even at this event, the comedian said that, oh, Jewish Israelis and Palestinians should just do rock, paper, scissors because, Palestinians are going to throw rocks and Jewish people aren't going to want to throw that paper. So it's like he had the anti-Semitism there as well. And so I'm hoping that for those of us who haven't been galvanized because he hasn't spoken about us yet, whether you're South Korean or Brazilian American, whatever it is, realize this now. Don't wait till you get name-checked by Donald Trump and his people before you get activated. That's how these wannabe dictators get over. People who are dictators across the world, and what Trump is trying to do now as well. So as we go into this final stretch of in the next week, this is really time for everybody to really see what's on the line right now, because if we don't see it now, we never will. That was a 1939 Nazi replication march. He got everything he wanted. You had Stephen Miller saying, America for the Americans, but yet Donald Trump's wife is right there. And of course, but she's white, so that matters, right? That makes a difference. Of course, Donald Trump said, oh, I could be on the beach with my white skin. I mean, they're throwing it all out there. They don't care right now. The question is, are we going to fight more and be more energized to fight to save this democratic experiment than we are going to be afraid of Trump and his dictatorship? That's what we're going to find out in a week, Roland.
Well, Julian, the folks at the Bulwark report that 4 different Trump campaign sources say they approved of the remarks by this comedian. He actually had planned to call, I'm only going to say this because what they're quoting, he planned to call Kamala Harris a cunt. But the campaign pushed back on that. Campaign staffers say that all speakers had to submit drafts of their speech before it was loaded into the teleprompter. And they forced him to remove the C word, but nothing else. I mean, so this notion that, somehow they were offended. No, they weren't. They accepted this. They knew exactly what he was going to say. They approved of it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is so absurd, Roland, at any number of levels. We're not going to talk about the C word. Trump and all of his colleagues are coarse, unlettered, ignorant MX. I mean, just coarse, unlettered, ignorant. And to talk to a woman of the vice president's stature or to refer to her in that manner is beneath anything that we can really think about. But now let's talk about the island garbage or Mr. Trump has systematically exhibited his disregard for people who are other, be they disabled, be they are differently abled, be they women, be they Black, GBLTQIA, Latino. We know what he has done. The throwing of the paper towels in Puerto Rico, back when that hurricane occurred, that had to be like a very low blow, but this is an even lower one. And I'm glad you shared the information about the teleprompter, because you and I and many of us who cover these things know you don't just get to run your mouth. I mean, he can run his, but most people have to submit their comments. And so the submission passed muster because this is who Mr. Trump is. What has to happen? And we got a week. We've got a week. I don't know who gets swayed and who doesn't. I just saw some polling information that said that Latinos, I think it was 51 or 2% for him and 40-some percent, 47, 48 for the vice president. Seriously, y'all? Seriously? But the fact is that it's not just that community. We hear from some Black people. We hear from some, Asian Americans. Matthew Brown, who's been covering for Politico, has written about Native Americans and others. And in each of these communities, you get a slice of people who say they prefer that man. And I just want to know, is your self-hate that deep?
Yeah.
And then just for a minute.
It is. I mean, it is. No. I got to pull this up because, again, I don't want to talk about this the whole time. Today, the vice president was all over media. She talked to Didi in the mornings. She taped the interview with the Breakfast Club, airing tomorrow. She sat down with Shannon Sharp with Club Shay Shay on Friday. That's airing. That which aired today. It dropped at midnight. The audio podcast dropped on YouTube around noon. Here are a couple of things that she said in that interview.
Blacks for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
They feel that Trump is better for the black community. Can you explain Donald Trump's history with blacks? Where did this come that all of a sudden, I mean, it's been like this because a lot of people used to say, I'm Donald Trump of the ghetto because he was, I mean, for a lot of blacks, not all, but for some blacks, he was, Madam VP, whether we want to admit it or not, he's revered by some blacks.
But here's the thing. The question for everybody, should he be president of the United States?
Okay.
Right? That's the question. Should he have the ability to sit behind the seal of the president of the United States when he says he wants to terminate the Constitution of the United States? You know what that would mean? In the Constitution of the United States is your Fourth Amendment right against unreasonable search and seizure. Your Fifth Amendment right, your Sixth Amendment right to an attorney.
Well, a lot of rights going to be gone. The First Amendment.
But the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. Yes. Look, I'm in favor of the Second Amendment. I don't believe we should be taking anybody's guns away. He wants to terminate the Constitution of the United States. He is the same one, like I said earlier, who denied rent to black families, who took out that full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of those children, who birtherism accusations against the first black president. Not to mention please ask folks to Google Project 2025.
Yeah.
He would get rid of the $35 a month cap on insulin. We know how many of our seniors had it. I'll give you another example of why Donald Trump has not earned the support of folks to be president of the United States again. When he was president the last time, during the height of COVID, 1 in 3 black Americans knew somebody who died from COVID. You remember those days?
I do.
And people couldn't get their hands on a COVID test? At that very same time, Donald Trump as president secretly sent COVID tests to the president of Russia for his personal use. While Americans were dying every day, he has not earned the right to be president of the United States. It's one thing if he has a television show that's very popular. He can put his name on a building, even though we all know he was not a terribly good businessman, which is why he filed for bankruptcy 6 times. But that is one thing. To be president of the United States means to try and find common ground, to build consensus, to lift up the American people instead of trying to beat people down all the time. It means solving problems, which means you have to be able to get out of your own head and scan to be concerned about the well-being of other people and then do something about it. Does anyone think Donald Trump thinks that way?
Yeah, well, empathy requires you to divorce your own ego to see yourself as someone else.
That's exactly right. And we know that's not his character. So it's about, is this the right person for that job?
And she's absolutely right. Now, last night on our Win with Black Men call, President Barack Obama joined us on the call. He talked about the importance of voting in this election and also broke down the issues that also should matter. Here's some of that conversation. Actually, wait 1 second. Let me go.
Thing I hear folks say.
Yeah, go ahead.
During the pandemic, Trump sent us a check. You know what? First of all, it was Congress and Democrats and Republicans who sent you a check. Just like Joe Biden, working with Congress, sent you a check during the pandemic, emergency relief, just like I sent emergency relief to people during the Great Recession when I first came into office. The difference is that Joe Biden and I did not put our names on the check. So do not think that somehow because you got a check from Donald Trump, quote unquote, during the pandemic, that somehow that's something special that he did. And that justifies you giving him his vote. So that's the second thing I hear. And then the third thing that I've been hearing from a lot of guys I talk to is, well, what does it matter? Because the Democratic Party and Republican Party, it doesn't make any difference. Things don't change in my neighborhood. People are still getting shot. People still don't have jobs. There's still disinvestment. And I have to remind folks that, politics is not going to change everything. Sometimes we overhype it. Certainly we overhyped it when I got elected. People talked about, well, there's a sign that racism is gone. He's going to help make sure that there's no more poverty in America. No president has that power. What a president can do is make things better or make things worse. They can't solve every problem. And so when I was president, we made sure that people who didn't have health care had a chance to get health care. Now 50 million people have the Affordable Care Act. And as a consequence, there are a whole bunch of people who previously, if they got sick, were out of luck, might have lost their home, might have lost everything they had, all their savings just to try to get treatment. Now they can purchase cheap, affordable, and high quality health care in ways they couldn't do that before. 50 million people. 50 million more people, if they've got pre-existing conditions, can now obtain insurance and previously would not have been able to obtain insurance. That didn't solve the entire healthcare problem, but it made things better for a whole lot of folks. Everybody who's listening today, somebody who's got health insurance because of what we did. So in the same way that Obamacare made a difference, what Kamala and Joe Biden did on making insulin cheaper, capping the cost at $35 or 50 prescription drugs, capping that because now the government's negotiating prices. That means your grandmother, your father, your mother are able to afford health insurance or afford prescription drugs that they might not have otherwise been able to obtain. And they're better for it. Their lives have improved. It didn't solve all the problems in the healthcare system, but it made things better. And that's how politics works. The flip side is it can make things, a bad president can make things worse. I mentioned the pandemic and COVID. America had a 60% worse death rate than Canada. And over 1 million people died in America. So about 600,000 people died disproportionately, by the way, African-American or Latino, that didn't necessarily need to die if we had had a better response. And I put together a playbook for how to deal with pandemics 3 years before the pandemic happened. And I handed it over to Donald Trump. And he basically ignored it. And when the pandemic showed up, because he had not followed the plan, not prepared agencies, he was just winging it and ended up saying crazy stuff about injecting bleach as a cure for COVID. COVID would have been a problem for any president, but making it better would have saved lives. Donald Trump did not, and those lives, somebody passed away as a consequence of a poor response to that crisis coming out of the White House. So the point I'm trying to make, I guess, is this. When you are talking to people who say politics don't matter, concede to them, acknowledge to them, yeah, it's not going to solve every problem, but it can make a difference in terms of our schools a little bit better funded. Are there more Pell Grants out there to make college a little bit more affordable? Are we going to maintain the progress that we've made and build on it when it comes to making sure our communities have health care, preventive care, checkups? And as Michelle talked about yesterday, are we going to make sure that our mothers, our daughters, our sisters, that they have access to basic reproductive health care that is so vital to them? And we're already seeing an increase in infant mortality since the Trump abortion ban got adopted essentially in 20 states. I will close with this. You know, we don't have what's called direct democracy. You know, we don't vote on everything. We vote for people to then represent our interests, and a president is supposed to represent all the people, and you know, has got a million decisions that will come before him or her. And we can't know all facets of the government and all the decisions that are being made on a daily basis. So what we count on is electing somebody who's got the values and the character to do the job, the competence to do the job. And what we also count on is, do they see us? Do they care about us? Is this somebody who understands how I live and what my hopes and dreams and aspirations are? And Kamala Harris does. You know, she grew up middle class. She went to an HBCU. She understands what our communities go through, the struggles, having to work a little bit harder to get ahead, having to put up with stuff that, you know, hopefully in the future, our children and grandchildren won't have to put up with. And in contrast, Donald Trump has shown utter disrespect and disregard for our communities, and for Black men specifically, throughout his career. I mean, this is somebody who took out a full-page ad calling on the Central Park Five to be put to death. Somebody whose family made money not renting to Black people, and was taken to court by the government because they didn't want to rent to Black people. That's what he has displayed. Remember, he came into politics most recently by suggesting I was not born in the United States. I mean, that wasn't subtle. He was sending a message that real Americans are different from y'all. And the one thing I know is that you can't have somebody representing you who doesn't see you and respect you and is not going to have your experience, your concerns in mind as they're making these decisions. So, look, bottom line is, if over the next few days, and we only have a few days left, you are reaching out to people who are suggesting that this doesn't matter, or heaven forbid, are thinking that somehow Donald Trump has the answers to what ails our communities, it's going to be your task to educate them, because a lot of them are basing what they are thinking about this race on what they're seeing on TikTok. And I don't have the capacity to reach them. Even if they like me, they may not hear what I've got to say, or they may think, man, his life is so different that he can't relate to where I'm at. The most credible messengers for this campaign in these closing days, hours, minutes is going to be all of you. You talking to your friends, relatives, people in your communities, your coworkers, your ability to speak to them in real talk about what's at stake and why this is so important is going to make all the difference. And if you all do that, I promise you, Kamala Harris is going to be the next president of the United States, and we can build on the progress we've already made and look forward to a much brighter future. So I appreciate all of you. And thank you for the extraordinary work you guys are doing. I'm proud of you.
President Obama, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
You talked about when you came in, the crisis that we were in, it was because of the housing crisis. I mean, it was 53% of Black wealth was wiped out. And you tried to deal with that, and we didn't build a lot of homes, frankly, between 2010 and 2019. Can you talk about why her plan to build 3 million new homes is so important to deal with the rising price of rent, things like that?
it's vitally important. We never fully recovered from what happened in 2008, 2009, because not only did the housing market collapse and suddenly all kinds of mortgages were underwater and prices plunged, but essentially developers said, we're not going to go take the risk of building new housing. And so they pulled back. There was a lot of excess inventory. And what they started getting comfortable with was the idea of just building luxury housing that was for the people who still had a lot of cash, and not building a lot of affordable housing. And look, there's some work that we need to do, and Kamala is committed to doing this work, not just to financing the construction of new homes, but also making sure we get rid of some of the red tape and regulations, even in democratically controlled cities, that say, all right, we're zoning so that it has to be single family homes as opposed to multifamily units, which are cheaper, but provide people the ability to get a foothold into the housing market. She's got a concrete plan. It is a sound plan. Again, I want to make sure that we don't overhype this. She's not going to immediately, or even in one term, reverse all the problems that we've seen building up in the housing markets over the last decade. But she's going to make a substantial dent. And that is the kind of initiatives that we're going to need to make in order for our communities to have the same opportunity for owning their own home and building and accumulating wealth as other communities are able to do.
You also had to grapple with issues dealing with police and shootings, and you talked about Donald Trump's record. I mean, here's somebody who is openly saying he wants to give police 100% immunity. He wants to bring back stop and frisk, and he wants to let cops loose for a week that he says will fix all the problems. That should be dangerous to any black man out there, whether you are low income, working class, middle class, upper income. That's scary.
Well, you remember what was Stevie Wonder's song? You can't cash in your face. So, that's something that impacts everybody. And again, most criminal law is dealt with at the state levels. The vast majority of people who are incarcerated under state law. Federal government accounts for maybe, let's say, 10% of criminal law. But when I was president, for example, Eric Holder was my attorney general. And after discussions with Eric, one of the things he did was to change policy inside the Justice Department to send a message to attorney generals. You will not be rewarded simply for getting the maximum sentence on nonviolent drug offenses. You will be rewarded for getting the fair and proportional sentence. And that was a system-wide change in policy. And it's one of the reasons why, during the course of my presidency, we saw a drop in the federal prison population at the same time as we saw a drop in crime, right? So the president can set a tone. And the tone I tried to set was not to say that police were somehow always wrong. The vast majority of police are trying to do a tough job. And a lot of our communities are under-policed and need more police, but they need police that are partners with the community, that know the local businesses, that know parents, know the schools, know the kids, can distinguish between somebody who is actually trying to create a danger for that community and a kid who's just wearing a hoodie. And, there are a whole range of strategies in which the federal government can work with state and local and municipal governments to try to continue to improve the building of trust between our communities and police departments, to help make sure that there's funding there to train police so that they can do a job that will keep them safe, as well as make sure that everybody is focused on stopping crime and not just resorting to stereotypes. That can be done, but it's sure not going to be done by Donald Trump. It's going to be done by somebody like Kamala Harris, who has experience as a prosecutor, but also understands that our criminal justice system works best and our communities are safest when people can reliably count on making sure that the criminal justice system is not subject to any kind of racial bias. And that's a big task. We're not going to do it, again, in the first year or 2 or 5, but we can get started moving on the right direction. So listen, I just want to thank everybody who's been involved. Roland, I appreciate you, man. Thank you, Khalil. Thank you, Michael. Quinn, everybody who's been involved, everybody who's out there,
All right, folks, if you missed that call last night, simply go to our Black Star Network app or go to our YouTube channel and you can check it out as well. Going to a break, we come back. We got lots more to talk about on the show. You got a Kamala Harris rally happening live in Ann Arbor, Michigan. We're going to go live there. You can check it out right now. You can see that right there. We're going to talk about the case of the cop who pled guilty in the case of Ronald Greene. We're going to talk about that. It's a lot we got to break down, folks. We are 8 days away from Election Day. Don't forget, it's critically important for you to vote. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered right here on the Black Star Network.
Trump ain't shit.
Did you know that Trump wanted the military to actually shoot Black Lives Matter protesters? I mean, Trump is not shit.
He let people die during COVID and then told us to drink bleach.
He tried to kill the stimulus bill and couldn't, so he delayed the money just so he could put his name on the check.
Trump ain't shit.
He used the death penalty to execute black men like Brandon Bernard.
He f***ed Obama's economy, lost thousands of black jobs. He started inflation and gave his billionaire buddies a tax cut.
America, Trump ain't shit. Don't vote for that man. He's nothing but shit.
Vote Kamala Harris for president.
Disastrous, alarming, a plan that shreds American values. That's what independent news sources and conservatives are saying about a proposal from right-wing extremists called Project 2025. It would threaten hundreds of thousands of jobs created by the Clean Energy Plan, give massive tax breaks to big oil, and roll back protections that keep corporations from poisoning our water with toxic chemicals. Project 2025, a dream for them, a disaster for you.
The overturning of Roe almost killed me. I had a blood clot in my uterus that caused my labor to have to be induced because of the overturn of Roe v. Wade. I wasn't able to get life-saving treatment sooner. I almost died. And that's because of the decision that Donald Trump made.
I was able to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I'm proud to have done it.
The doctors and nurses were afraid that if they treated me in the incorrect way, that they would be prosecuted for that. And that's appalling. Donald Trump says that women should be punished.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion?
There has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman?
Yeah.
I believe that women should have reproductive freedom to make the choices about their own bodies. 4 more years of Donald Trump means that women's rights will continue to be taken away one by one by one by one. This has to stop because women are dying.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Hello, I'm Paula J. Parker. Truly proud of the Proud Family, louder and prouder on Disney+. And you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Donald Trump has consistently trashed the Exonerated Five, formerly known as Central Park Five. Remember, he took a full-page ad out in the newspaper calling for them to get the death penalty. In the last election, he stood with his comments that they were involved and were guilty of the rape, of the 1989 rape and assault of a woman jogging in Central Park. They spent years in prison before their convictions were overturned in 2002. And the actual person was, of course, arrested. Now, during a recent debate, Donald Trump, well, he decided to remark about this case again.
going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five. They admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty.
Well, the 5 members never pled guilty. The victim wasn't killed, and they are now suing him for defamation. Joining us from Philadelphia is Alex Van Dyke, one of the attorneys for the Exonerated 5. Alex, glad to have you here. I mean, the bottom line is he's lying. He's consistently lied over and over and over again, and y'all are saying, okay, you keep lying, time for you to pay up, Donald.
Well, first of all, good to be with you. That about sums it up. Mr. Trump has a long history of making false statements about these men. Not only is he drudging it up now in the middle of a heated political campaign in front of 67 million Americans who watched that debate on September 10th, but he's also adding new falsehoods to his repertoire, including that the men pled guilty, which, as you noted, is completely untrue, and that they killed an individual when, in fact, nobody was killed during the Central Park assault. And of course, all 5 men have been conclusively exonerated, and that's been true for over 20 years now.
With that, first and foremost, walk folks through what defamation is and why you believe y'all have a strong case.
Sure, absolutely. So defamation is essentially the civil lawsuit that somebody can bring when they have been lied about. When somebody makes false statements about you and it harms you, either it causes you emotional distress or it causes you harm to your reputation, you can bring a lawsuit. And if you can show that the individual acted, depending on the case, negligently, recklessly, or with knowing disregard, then they are liable for the harm that you suffer from their falsehoods. Now, in this case, it's been clear, dating back decades, that Mr. Trump knows that what he's saying is false. He's familiar with this case. He's been familiar with it from the beginning, and he is knowingly spreading falsehoods about these men. And that is defamatory.
Has there been any response thus far from Trump or his lawyers to the lawsuit?
From Trump's lawyers, there has been no response. As soon as we filed it last Monday, an individual from his campaign, a campaign spokesperson, came out, and we found that to be very unfortunate that he chose to have a campaign spokesperson respond rather than an attorney. Really, this is a civil lawsuit. This is not a political stunt. He should have his attorney come out and answer these charges. Is what he said true or not true?
Absolutely. Well, just like E. Jean Carroll, got to have his day in court, and I can't wait till he has to answer to this for all of the lies that he has publicly told, and he has lied repeatedly about the Exonerated 5.
Absolutely, and we are looking forward to our day in court.
All right, Alex, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for having me.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, Congo, I cannot wait till all of a sudden he got to face the jury, go to court. They're gonna be like, oh, lies, show the lies, show the lies, show the lies, show the lies, and he got to answer to all them lies.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a great day, and it's going to happen. And just like the attorney said, to have the campaign spokesperson report, I mean, they show such cowardice. And look, this is something that Trump is never going to admit to being wrong about. I remember a few years ago when he was confronted about this, I think it was in the 2016 debate or around that time, whatever. He said, oh, okay, if they didn't do it, what do you think they were doing at that time? Playing chess? Like, he never cared about the lives of these individuals. And we were talking about Puerto Rico, you know, one of these brothers is Hispanic as well. So it's just like, once again, he's always had a history of targeting Black and Hispanic people. These brothers need to go after him for everything they can actually get from him. You know, having watched this and having lived through this, you know, from an outsider's perspective, the way they destroyed those men's lives, young boys at the time, that was traumatic for our entire community across the country. And so many of us have never forgotten that. And so the fact that now that he is a convicted felon and these brothers are walking free and able to live their lives and they're able to put together, their lives after they were actually destroyed, this is something that I hope is televised. It probably won't be, but this is something that needs to happen, and it needs to happen sooner than later. So I hope the judge and the courts act very expeditiously in this, because these brothers have been defamed and continue to be defamed by Trump and his acolytes, and it has to stop.
Absolutely, and I can't wait till he has to pay up, and so he's gonna lose next Tuesday, Julian, and guess what? We're going to see a lot of his ass in the courtroom.
Well, he got so many court cases pending. He's got to deal with his federal fraud charges. He's got to deal with election tampering. He's got so many things to deal with, and this is yet another. This one is really important, though, Roland. I remember vividly getting hate mail after I wrote a piece in USA Today when this happened. The term they were using was called wilding. So these young men theoretically were wilding through Central Park and, abused this woman, etc. There was never any proof. And, I wrote a little piece, a little op-ed and said, well, where's the proof and why are you dealing with this? And my editor at the time said, we got a whole lot of hate mail here. I said, well, just keep it. I'll really need it. But like anything that has to do with race, people broke out racial lines. There were so many who were eager to believe that these brothers were guilty, and they were not. And now we know they're not, and Trump knows they're not, but he continues to defame them. Why? Because he can.
Well,
one of the reasons
and that's why he's going to cut that check.
He's going to cut that check. But you know what? People who are concerned about this, get your souls and everything else you have to the polls.
Yep.
I am so sick of talking to people who, I don't know if it makes a difference. Where have you been? Where have you been?
Well,
I hope that no one in the sound of my voice who has that nonsense on their mind. Not only do you need to go, you need to get some other people to go.
I'm a Congo.
Look, I think at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, when I look in those faces of those young pictures, I see myself. When I look in those pictures, at the pictures of the people who were in the crowds, one of them signs said, "There's nothing minor about this." I think it harkened back to the '60s and how those people looked in terms of how they wanted to lynch us and destroy us. So many things have been repeated throughout history, and as Mark Twain said, history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. But this has to be the year of accountability, particularly for racists like Trump. And so I hope they get it with the Central Park 5, just like he got it with Agent Carroll, and let's hold him accountable next week at the polls as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't say any more, Renita. At the end of the day, this man is a thug. We know who he is. He gonna keep lying. He gonna keep making stuff up and pay up. Just like Rudy got to pay up. They just snatching all his stuff. And those two sisters in Georgia. Renita, I saw a photo. Somebody had a photo the other day of Rudy in a wheelchair. And they were like, Ruby and Shay, that wheelchair probably $200. Get that one too.
Get it. Yes, get it.
Get all of it.
Right. To piggyback from what Omakongo said, it's so true. Like the way that Trump has targeted Black folks with precision really harkens back to sort of a Jim Crow era of white supremacists who were determined to bring harm and death on Black folks simply because they are Black. And if you think about the time when he wrote that letter asking for the Central Park 5, the now exonerated 5, to get the death penalty and pretty much just convict them before there's ever been a trial or anything, bringing that type of hatred and targeting those Black men like that, you just know that that is how he feels about the entire community. So I'm going to say one final thing to piggyback also off of what Julian said. This really is connected to the election because the precision and the vulgarity that he attacks Black folks. What do you think that he will do as president? And we've already seen it once.
Yep, absolutely. All right, folks. Got to go to a break. We come back. Man, this white man dropped this video speaking to other white men, and I got to show it to y'all. Also, there's some new ads that have come out as well. We got to show y'all as well. All of that next on Roland Martin Unfiltered and the Black Star Network. Support the work that we do, folks. Join our Brina Funk fan club. Your dollars make it possible for us to travel this country, covering the stories that matter. We're going to be on the Ellipse tomorrow, of course, covering the Vice President's speech there. I'll be live here in D.C. Send your checking money order to P.O. Box 57196. Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Back in a moment.
4 years ago, black unemployment was over 10%, and Trump told us to inject bleach. But when Biden and Harris got into office, they invested in America. They took on inflation and corporate price gouging. Now, last year, black unemployment dropped below 5%, and Kamala's not stopping there. As president, she'll continue to take on corporate greed and put cash back in your pockets.
Yeah, I'm going to go after them.
Kamala has a plan to make our lives better. Vote Kamala Harris for president.
Winners never back down from a challenge. Champions know it's anytime, any place. But losers, they whine and waffle and take their ball home.
Trump now refusing to debate a second time.
He did terribly in the last debate. He's so easily triggered by Kamala Harris.
Well, Donald, I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage. If you've got something to say, say it to my face.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
In this town, we've seen our share of hard times, heard our share of big promises.
Up to 13,000 jobs.
But empty promises don't build cities.
Plans never materialize.
We do, with grit, sweat, and cold beer. So when he talks,
Former President Trump called Milwaukee a horrible city.
we know talk is all he's got. And this is what we've got.
Jill Stein, Green Party candidate for president. So why are Trump's close allies helping her? Stein was key to Trump's 2016 wins in battleground states. She's not sorry she helped Trump win. That's why a vote for Stein is really a vote for Trump.
Jill Stein, I like her very much. You know why? She takes 100% from them.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
This is Essence Atkins.
Mr. Love King of R&B, Raheem Devon.
It's me, Sherry Shepherd, and you know what you watch.
You're watching Roland Martin, Unfiltered.
Man, y'all know I love a good petty ad, but also I love it when people speak truth to power. Well, we saw this video of a United Auto Worker, labor leader, and he was like, you know what, white folk, it's time for us to step up. Watch this.
My members are tired of people talking out of both sides of their mouth. We're ready for a party that puts in work for working people, puts in legwork for working people. And the WFP does that every single day. Every couple of years, it seems to me that we're asking black people to save this country. In the last election cycle, we asked black women in Georgia, please save us. In this election, we're saying, dear black men in the suburban counties outside of Philly, please save us. If we're going to ask that every couple of years, it's a fair question to ask guys that look like me, start handling your boys. Start handling your boys. I look like I stormed the Capitol, but I did not. But I know a lot of guys who did, and fuck those guys. It's time for us to start calling these assholes out. The people that are threatening democracy are not black, they're not Muslim, they're not immigrants. It's dudes that look like me. We gotta start calling these assholes out every single place that we find them, because fuck them. I believe in this country, I'm a veteran of this country. Waving a flag and screaming at immigrants don't make you a patriot, it makes you a fucking coward. This country, we are the true patriots, because we don't hate everybody just because they're different. We gotta get this, listen, I'm not gonna sit up here and be like, oh my God, Kamala, hooray. I'm voting for her. I'm not happy about what they're doing in Gaza, in Lebanon. I'm not happy about what's happening. I'm married to a Palestinian. I am not happy about this. But we have two choices between a woman that we can work with or a fascist.
Damn, I'm a Congo. He cut right to the chase, didn't he?
Right to the chase. I loved it. I saw it on your Instagram earlier today and shared it everywhere. This is what we're talking about. I mean, there was so much that he said, but the part about him talking about, look, I don't like what's going on in Palestine and so on and so forth. These guys are like, oh, she needs to be angelic. She needs to give me everything on a silver platter, and then maybe I'll think about voting for her. He's like, yo, we got to get her into office. You know, maybe we can challenge. My wife's Palestinian. We can, that's what politics is about. And these people are like, well, I don't know her policies, don't want to go to the website because they don't want to read, or don't want to realize that they can push her in one particular way or the other. And then also his ability to talk about how every single person needs to take responsibility for themselves. And in the white community, that's a big issue in terms of will they actually show up for Kamala. People still don't know, but they're ready to blame black men regardless of what happens.
All right, folks. Lincoln Project, they dropped 2 ads. I love it when they're petty. Roll both of them.
You still voting for him?
Hell yeah.
What about your wife?
She doesn't like him, but she's voting for him.
Same with mine.
I love that ad, Renita, because I saw a story the other day, a white woman, 81 years old, her husband wouldn't let her vote. She said, well, he dead now, so now I'm voting.
Yeah, I saw that too. And you know what? I will wait and see what the election results are, because we've seen this story too many times before. And I'm still meeting white women here in Georgia who are saying they don't know if they can. They might want to give Trump another chance because they know him personally, and they just really, it's hard for them to believe that he is who they knew in the 90s. It's hard for them to believe that he is the person they see today. So we'll see. The ads are cute, but let's see the results.
Well, I'm seeing right now though, when it comes to polling, he was +9 with white women in 2016, +7. And according to existing polls, they are tied. So as you said, we shall see. All right, I love this petty ad for the Lincoln Project. Roll it.
Welcome to Mar-a-Lago Senior Living, a state-of-the-art senior facility located on the coast of Florida. If the senior in your life is getting exhausted, it might be time for a change. Here at Mar-a-Lago Senior Living, we care for even the most particular residents.
My teleprompter people doing a great job. As are Asians.
Even the ones who still feel young at heart.
And I'm not 80, and I'm not that close to 80. Put on Pavarotti singing Ave Maria.
Many residents find their favorite music comforting. If the senior in your life tends to wander off, our round-the-clock care has you covered. Mar-a-Lago Senior Living. Watch the Florida sunset while you sundown.
All right, Julian, that was pretty funny.
That's very funny, and it's very apt. It's right on time. I mean, the man does look like he needs to be institutionalized somewhere, either in a senior living facility or perhaps in a mental institution, not to disparage anybody's mental acuity. But, you know, the Lincoln Project is funny. They are Republicans, but they have a great sense of humor, and they also know how to poke it at the orange man.
Yep.
And so we just have to applaud them. That's all. Just applaud them and say, yeah, y'all, we like it.
Well, they also know how to put together great ads. All right, but man, Don Winslow, the book author, he is dropping a new video every day between now and the election. This is the one he dropped today.
For more than 200 years, one thing has never changed. It's always been a man. Until now. It's time. Embrace hope. Kamala 2024. Don Winslow does not accept donations, but we would be grateful for your retweet.
All right, Julian, you were clapping on that one.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's overtime for a woman to be president. Not only that, not any woman, but I think that Kamala Harris is uniquely qualified in so many ways. Former Attorney General, former senator, just uniquely qualified.
Yep.
I don't understand the resistance that comes from some people. What I will say to them is just shame y'all. Go look into your heart and say, if somebody said, do you want a felon or someone who is looking forward? Those are your choices.
All right, folks, Republican voters against Donald Trump, they dropped this one, and this is one of the folks who used to work for Donald Trump. Watch this.
My name is Sarah Matthews. I was the Deputy Press Secretary in Donald Trump's administration. On January 6th, Donald Trump was told that his Vice President, Mike Pence, who was there with his family, needed to be moved to a secure location. And what was Donald Trump's response? He said, so what? If Donald Trump didn't care about his own vice president's life being in danger, what makes you think he cares about you? This is a man of the lowest moral character who lacks total empathy for anyone other than himself. This is why that nearly half of his cabinet isn't supporting him, including his own vice president, Secretary of Defense, his longest-serving chief of staff, and the list goes on, because we all saw firsthand how unfit he is. And I know that Kamala Harris isn't perfect, and I've never voted for a Democrat a day in my life, but I believe her to be a person of good character, someone who will uphold the Constitution, unlike Donald Trump on January 6th.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
So some people don't like the fact, Renita, that Vice President Kamala Harris is targeting Republicans. But listen, this is an election by margins. And if you pick up 8 to 10% of dissatisfied Republican voters, that has an impact in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, in Michigan.
Well, I think that people would have a different opinion about that if Democrats had not left voters that traditionally vote with them on the table. I'm one of those people that I don't love the parading around of Republicans. A lot of the folks that she's lifting up saying that are supporting her are people that we don't have policy in common or values in common. And so I think the main takeaway here is if you're going to reach out to a new group, don't forget who brought you where you are today. And we've seen progressives sort of left as a group that this campaign has not heavily engaged with, as well as Palestinians. I mean, those groups are sort of cast aside. And so what people are seeing is what looks like overtime bending over backwards to get the Liz Cheneys of the world. And that is a very risky election strategy.
But again, we're seeing a lot based upon polling data, how independents and others are casting their ballots. And so we'll see how it turns out. Now, let's check out this next ad. Actually, it's not an ad. It's not an ad. This is actually a video compilation some Gen Zers put together. This one caught my eye. I really like this one.
Things I trust more than Donald Trump.
Nick Cannon pull-out game.
Gas station sushi.
A Diddy party, y'all. Baby oil edition.
A Casey Anthony daycare.
Food in an Atlanta restaurant when I walk in and I see nothing but grass walls and hookah.
Potato salad with raisins and a 2-day leftover. Not once refrigerated.
Burger King chicken nuggets.
A shark with a pet me sign.
Stevie Wonder in the driver's seat.
Love it on Congo.
Wow. I appreciate the fact that so much of what's been driven in this advertising space has not been driven by traditional advertisers or even organizations like the Lincoln Project. So many of these millennials and Gen Z folks, they're using their social media platform to put stuff out there that is creative and that really speaks to, like President Obama said, to people that he's not going to reach. And so the fact that they are picking this up, some of these younger guys will be voting for the first time and they're using their platform to reach their audiences. I'm so proud of what they're doing out there, and I'm looking to see more of it in the next week.
Oh yeah, I like I said, I thought that one was pretty cool. All right, y'all, gonna go to a break. We come back. We're gonna talk about the Ronald Greene case. We're gonna chat with his mom about that. That and more as we continue right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Again, support our work. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. The goal is to get 20,000 of our fans contributing on average $50 each. Now, over the course of a year, $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day. I told y'all Cash App has really been tripping by changing their policies. And so if y'all want to support our work, please use PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. We'll be right back.
Bob and I both voted for Donald Trump.
I voted for him twice. I won't vote for him again. January 6th was a wake-up call for me.
Donald Trump divides people. We've already seen what he has to bring.
He didn't do anything to help us. Kamala Harris, she cares about the American people. I think she's got the wherewithal to make a difference. I've never voted for a Democrat.
Yes, we're both lifelong Republicans.
The choice is very simple.
I'm voting for Kamala.
I am voting for Kamala Harris.
He told us who he was.
Should abortion be punished? There has to be some form of punishment.
Then he showed us.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
Now Donald Trump wants to go further with plans to restrict birth control, ban abortion nationwide, even monitor women's pregnancies. We know who Donald Trump is. He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
The overturning of Roe almost killed me. I had a blood clot in my uterus that caused my labor to have to be induced because of the overturn of Roe v. Wade. I wasn't able to get life-saving treatment sooner. I almost died. And that's because of the decision that Donald Trump made.
I was able to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I'm proud to have done it.
The doctors and nurses were afraid that if they treated me in the incorrect way, that they would be prosecuted for that. And that's appalling. Donald Trump says that women should be punished.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion? There has to be some form of punishment. For the woman? Yeah.
I believe that women should have reproductive freedom to make the choices about their own bodies. 4 more years of Donald Trump means that women's rights will continue to be taken away one by one by one by one. This has to stop because women are dying.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
In this town, we've seen our share of hard times, heard our share of big promises.
Up to 13,000 jobs.
But empty promises don't build cities.
Plans never materialize.
We do, with grit, sweat, and cold beer. So when he talks,
former President Trump called Milwaukee a horrible city.
We know talk is all he's got, and this is what we've got.
It's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power.
He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future.
That is a damning non-answer. America, I think you've got a really clear choice of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Hey, what's up? It's Tammy Roman.
Hey, it's John Murray, the executive producer of the new Sherry Shepherd Talk Show.
It's me, Sherry Shepherd, and you know what you're watching, Roland Martin, Unfiltered.
All right, a former Louisiana State police officer will not serve a day behind bars for his role in the 2019 death of motorist Ronald Greene. Corey York entered a plea of no contest to 8 counts of simple battery on Monday, the first case resulting in the Greene case to conclude from among 5 law enforcement officers initially charged. York's plea was downgraded from 8 counts of malfeasance in office. A charge of negligent homicide had already been dropped. Now, as you can imagine, Greene's family was unhappy with the agreement. Mona Harton, Ronald Greene's mother, joins us now from Louisiana. Mona, this is just crazy. I mean, not a day. So what the heck? I mean, this is like a parking ticket.
Or it's worse than that. It's worse than that. The fact that we've been railroaded, we really have. It's just unbelievable that the state of Louisiana would do that. They hold themselves higher above the law. It clearly states that. We had whistleblower Carl Cavalier fired for speaking up on these killer cops. And every one of them stayed on the force. Every one of them have been given very carpet treatments. This is the state of Louisiana. This is TRIPAC. This is policing in the state of Louisiana.
And Mona, let's people need to remember, the cops lied about your son. They first said he died in a car accident, and then they lied. They covered up how he was murdered.
They did. We were told Ronnie died, and it doesn't even matter what we said, how much we pointed out, they glaze over that. Nothing we said, nothing we've done could make the state of Louisiana turn this travesty. They had no problem delivering this today. It's like we were led to slaughter.
Legal analyst Candance Kelly from New Jersey joins us. Candance, can you explain this? I mean, how does he not serve any time?
Well, listen, that's why it's called a plea deal. He made a deal in order to put himself in a situation where he gets no time in this situation, but he is going to testify against the last and final defendant in this case. And that's what I think that the DA is hoping to get out of this. He's hoping to get someone out of this, albeit we know that that's not good enough. But that's what the deal, that is what the deal was. I think the other thing, too, is that we are really giving this man a gift. Corey York was a part of a cover-up, as you said, but we're giving him the gift. Not only does he get to keep his pension of $83,000, but this is a man who can't be sued for wrongful death. This particular case cannot be used in terms of the plea deal in a wrongful death lawsuit. In addition, $1,000 fine, time served, a year of probation, supervised, things that you would not imagine would come out of a year's cover-up for police who were supposed to protect and serve. Now, what the DA will say is that, listen, had I taken this case all the way to the point where I thought it could go, I could not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these police officers were responsible for this man's death because there were drugs found in his system. But here's what we know, Roland. We know, but for the fact that this beating happened, that this shackling, this dragging, this punching, this kicking, but for the fact that this happened, this man would probably be alive. Now, it doesn't stop here. There is the federal investigation that's going on, but here's the problem with that. Since this took place in 2019, we have seen civil rights federal investigations come and go. There's something particular about this case that the DA is not letting hold of, that the federal government is not really pushing the needle on. And I'm not sure what that is, but we certainly are going to find out. They are saying that they are working, of course, to make sure that justice is served. You even had the former governor to say, like, this was racist and this was ridiculous. But so far, we have not gotten the justice that's needed for this man. Anybody in the situation, especially because there was a police cover-up, 2 years to get this video actually released, and they didn't release it. It was the Associated Press who shed light on this. They were not the ones who were responsible, literally lying in this situation. And my final point is this. Even though there were drugs found in his system, you had someone from the video who was on the ground, crying, screaming for help, telling them, I'm your brother, I need help. These are officers who took an oath to protect and serve. They had a fiduciary duty to protect and serve this man, and they did not. And I think that that is enough for a federal case to be made.
And Mona, I mean, it has to be frustrating. I mean, this has been 5 years of seeking justice for you and your family.
It's beyond, it's such a horrible nightmare. But you know what? It doesn't matter what they do, we're going to push forward. Like I said, just for the judge to sit there and say, in a conference call, you gave permission, you agreed to these terms. That is not so. I want to make it clear. That was not so. We weren't told that he was going to have 6 months in jail. We weren't told that this was a case termination. Those words was never given in the explanation of Nola Contendo. We weren't told that. So when I say we were railroaded, we were misled to where we got, led to the slaughter, you know. But the point is, everyone says you got to be nice to the DA because you still have Chris Harpin there. But what's to be done with Chris Harpin? The same thing was done with Corey York. No one's paying attention to the beginning of the lies, no matter the cover-up. And this is huge. Everyone says you're dealing with the state of Louisiana. But what's happening in the state of Louisiana is a network of corruption, a network. These are criminals from every level of government entities. It lies deep. This web of, it's evil, it's nasty. I'm in the trenches of it, and I'm here to tell you, I'm stronger because of it, and I'm not giving up. I push for my son and for other families that has almost identical stories of what's happened to them behind police brutalities. This is evil, and I know that with everyone here, the fact that we have such huge followings, because they're angry. There's more of this that awaits for us, and I'm here to tell you, we're not stopping. Doorsteps of the DOJ and the feds.
And of course, Candance, next week's election is huge because depending upon who wins, that will determine whether you're going to have an aggressive DOJ or not.
Oh, exactly. I mean, the reason why we even have the aggressive DOJ that we have, perhaps not aggressive as we want it to be in this case, is because of the president. When Donald Trump was in office, he put a halt to these types of Department of Justice investigations in various state and local levels. We learned a lot from this process to find out whether or not police officers are doing their job. This is federal oversight. And that is exactly what is needed in this case, because had it not been for Ronald Greene's mother, this case would have never gotten this far. That video would have never been seen by the world. But it is not our responsibility to carry out the law. It is the government's responsibility, police officers' responsibility. This is why we pay our taxes. But indeed, this is something that if we see a President Trump, these Department of Justice investigations will definitely go away. Why? He's done it before.
All right, then. Mona, Candance, I appreciate it. We'll keep covering this story. Mona, you keep fighting.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you so very much. It's just shameful that we keep coming back to this. 5 years, Makongo, is just nonsensical.
Yeah, and I'm not confident. I don't like saying that, but I like to be hopeful. But it's hard to be confident that anything's going to change, right? When they're saying that they're hoping that this officer, Corey, will testify against the other officer. I just feel like these guys already got the whole thing worked out in some way, shape, or form. And one of the things I'm also wondering is, what is the status of all of these officers? My assumption is that they all still have their jobs. And this is another reason as we go into next Tuesday, a Harris administration will usher forward, especially if we get the House and the Senate, the George Floyd Policing Act, because I can guarantee that these 5 officers under a federal investigation would not be getting off as easily as they are. I mean, time served, or a plea, 1,000, probation and community service and so on and so forth for lying, for covering up, and a life that was taken. I mean, come on, man. But this is a wake-up call for all of us. Just because there hasn't been a national case in the news as of late, it doesn't mean that our families and our communities are not still dealing with these on a daily basis, the ones that already happen and the ones that happen daily that don't make the news. We can never forget these families, and I appreciate what you and the Black Star Network are doing to continually uplift them.
Yep. Rita.
Yeah, this is so disappointing. And, obviously I can't speak for his mom, but just as an outsider looking at this case, it feels to me that the result of this so far with this officer is more of a slap in the face than if he had just not been convicted of anything. I feel like we've seen this before where police officers have on tape killed folks. There's no dispute about what happened. Right. And we see officers, they end up not convicting them. That's less of a slap in the face than what this is for him to get such a just slap on the wrist. And so, this is just so ridiculous. I really feel like my heart aches for the family, and I really hope that the federal government, I do hope that there will be some other piece of justice that will come, because this is it's terrible.
Julianne, real quick before we go to the Kamala Harris rally, go ahead.
Just ridiculous, just ridiculous. I'm with Renita. My heart breaks. This man, I mean, he had to do something, but all he gets, $1,000? He fined $1,000 and time served. It's just wrong. But you know what? Here's what we know. We have a slogan that says Black Lives Matter because so many people have said that they don't. And this is an example of saying that our lives do not matter.
All right. Julian, I'm a Congo. Renita, I really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Folks, we're going live to Ann Arbor, Michigan. Here's Vice President Kamala Harris.
And let me
tell you why I love Coach Walz. As he travels to every corner of our country, meeting with people in small towns, big towns, everywhere in between, Coach Walz is always bringing the joy. He is always bringing the joy. He cares about people, he understands hard work, and he understands what it means to be a leader who lifts people up instead of trying to beat people down. That is Tim Walz. And Ann Arbor, I can feel the joy tonight. Thank you all so very much. And we have some other incredible leaders with us here tonight. Mayor Taylor, thank you. There you are. Deputy County Executive Turfy, I thank you so very much. Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist. Representative Dingell, a champion for this community. And let's also send Alyssa Slotkin to the United States Senate. We need her in DC. And I also want to thank all the labor, elected, and community leaders who are here today. And can we please hear it again for Maggie Rogers? All right. We got business to handle. Okay, so Ann Arbor, I have a question for you. Are we ready to do this? Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win? Yes. And we will win. And we will win. So you just heard from the coach, early voting has started here in Michigan. You can vote early now through Sunday, November 3rd. And we need you to vote early, Michigan, because we have just 8 days to go, 8 days left in one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. And as everybody here knows, this is going to be a tight race until the very end. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, but we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. And we will win because together, and we will win, yes, yes. We can keep going all night. But one of the reasons we will win is because we are all in this together. We are all in this together. People from every walk of life, understanding that the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. And we here are fighting for the future. We are fighting for the future. And we understand the opportunity that we have before us to turn the page on the fear and divisiveness that have characterized our politics for a decade because of Donald Trump. We have an opportunity to turn the page and chart a new and joyful way forward where we tap into the ambitions we will tap into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people. And let me tell you something, as I travel our country, there is an overwhelming call for a fresh start. People from all walks of life, and they are calling for a new generation of leadership that is optimistic and excited about what we can do together. There is a yearning in our country for a president who will see you, who gets you, and who will fight for you. And listen, hey, on the subject of Gaza, hey guys, I hear you. On the subject of Gaza, we all want this war to end as soon as possible and get the hostages out, and I will do everything in my power to make it so. And let's be clear, we are all here because we are fighting for a democracy and for the right of people to be heard and seen. We're not about the enemy within. We know we are all in this together. That's what we are fighting for. And my whole career, okay, now I want each of you to shout your own name. Do that. Because it's about all of us. It's about all of us. And listen, I have fought my whole career to put the people first and to put the people above partisanship. I never once asked in my career, are you a Democrat or are you a Republican? The only thing I ever asked is, how can I help you? Are you okay? And that is a major difference between Donald Trump and me, and between the two extremely different visions that he and I have for our nation. His is focused on himself and the past. Ours is focused on the future, and it is focused on the people. So together we will build a future where we bring down the cost of living. That will be my focus every single day as president, because while inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. You know it and I know it. And unlike Donald Trump, who had $400 million handed to him on a silver platter, and don't forget he filed for bankruptcy 6 times, the great businessman. Unlike him, I grew up in a middle-class neighborhood with a working mother who kept a strict budget and did everything she could to make sure that my sister and I had all we needed. I come from the middle class, and I will never forget where I come from. Never. And so my common sense plan will lower the prices you pay on everything from prescription medication to groceries to housing. On the other hand, Donald Trump will raise costs on you and your family. In fact, independent economists have analyzed both of our plans and found mine will cut your costs and strengthen our economy, while his will increase inflation and lead to a recession by the middle of next year. And his agenda is laid out in Project 2025. You know, I say everywhere, and I know we've got a lot of students here, and I have to tell you, I just find it really interesting that they put that thing in writing. They put it in writing. They bound it. They published it. They handed it out. And then they expect we're not going to talk about it? Are you kidding me? And when you read it, you will see it is a detailed and dangerous blueprint for what he plans to do if he is elected president. Donald Trump will impose a 20% national sales tax on everyday basic necessities, which economists have estimated will cost the average American family an additional $4,000 a year. Contrast, on the other hand, I'm going to take on corporate price gouging. I've done it before, and I will do it again. Donald Trump will give massive tax cuts, like he did before, to billionaires and the biggest corporations. He did it the last time. He's going to do it again. I, on the other hand, will give middle-class tax cuts to 100 million Americans, including $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, because I understand how that will lift America's children out of poverty, which must be one of our highest goals. Donald Trump will get rid of the $35 a month cap on insulin for our seniors. He will cut Medicare and Social Security. In fact, economists say he will bankrupt Social Security in the next 6 years. And understand what that means. So many of the seniors in America, that's their only source of income. That's the only way they're able to pay their rent and buy food. I have a plan to support our seniors so they can grow older with dignity and so their families are not overwhelmed by the cost of home health care. On top of that, my plan will bring down the cost of housing, cut taxes for small businesses, because small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and lower health care costs, because I believe health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. Donald Trump, on the other hand, intends to end the Affordable Care Act and take us back, which would take us back to a time when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was like? Well, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. Because we together will move forward to the future, because we believe in who we are and what is possible, and because we know it is time to turn the page. It is time to turn the page. Ours is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom, like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And we all remember how we got here. When Donald Trump was president, he hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did as he intended, and now in America, 1 in 3 women lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban. Many with no exceptions, even for rape and incest. I was just in Texas the other day. You know they provide prison for life for doctors and nurses and healthcare providers for providing care. Prison for life. And no exceptions for a crime that is a violation of someone's body, and then to tell that survivor of that violation, you have no right to make a decision about what happens to your body next? That is immoral. It is immoral. And I know we all agree, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do. Not the government. And listen, you all have heard me say, I do believe Donald Trump to be an unserious man, but the consequences of him ever being president again are brutally serious. Brutally serious. Consider, on the topic we were just discussing, Donald Trump still refuses to acknowledge the pain and suffering he has caused. He insists that, quote, everyone wanted for Roe v. Wade to be overturned. Everyone wanted this? Women are being denied care during miscarriages, some only being treated when they've developed sepsis. They didn't want this. Couples trying to grow their family have been cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. They didn't want this. The men of America are seeing their daughters and wives and sisters and mothers put at risk because their rights have been taken from them. The men of America don't want this. And women have died because of these bans. How could anyone say these folks wanted this? And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedoms, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. Proudly. And I'm I'm traveling our nation, so I have to tell everyone here, across our nation, we are seeing a full-on assault on other and additional hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, like the freedom to vote. I was just in Georgia. You know they passed a law that makes it illegal to give people food and water for standing in line to vote? The hypocrisy abounds. Whatever happened to love thy neighbor, right? Attacks on the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. So I say to everyone here what you know. Generations of Americans before us fought for freedom. And now the baton is in our hands. The baton is in our hands. And I want to speak specifically to all the young leaders, all the students who are here today. I want to speak to you for a moment. So I love your generation.
Vice President Kamala Harris is wrapping up. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be joining, and I'll be moderating the Black Economic Alliance's discussion about what black men want. That is next, right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
Bob and I both voted for Donald Trump.
I voted for him twice. I won't vote for him again. January 6th was a wake-up call for me.
Donald Trump divides people. We've already seen what he has to bring.
He didn't do anything to help us. Kamala Harris, she cares about the American people. I think she's got the wherewithal to make a difference. I've never voted for a Democrat.
Yes, we're both lifelong Republicans.
The choice is very simple.
I'm voting for Kamala.
I am voting for Kamala Harris.
I get it. The cost of rent, groceries, and utilities is too high. So here's what we're going to do about it. We will lower housing costs by building more homes and crack down on landlords who are charging too much. We will lower your food and grocery bills by going after price gougers who are keeping the cost of everyday goods too high. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message because you work hard for your paycheck. You should get to keep more of it. As president, I'll make that my top priority.
Philly Tough is different. They insult us.
Bad things happen in Philadelphia. Bad things.
They don't like us. We don't care. Because here's the thing that people like Donald Trump don't understand. We're Philly. F***ing Philly. And when you fight us, we fight back. From 1776 to 4th and 26th. So go ahead. Talk whatever you want, Donald. We're voting soon. And when it comes to freedom, Philly's undefeated.
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems.
Oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. America's ready for a new chapter. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Winners never back down from a challenge. Champions know it's anytime, any place. But losers, they whine and waffle and take their ball home.
Trump now refusing to debate a second time.
He did terribly in the last debate. He's so easily triggered by Kamala Harris.
Well, Donald, I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage. If you've got something to say it to my face.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
I've had Steelers season tickets since I'm 7 years old, man. Me and my dad, that's our thing.
Here we go, Steelers! Here we go! Kick it!
I was a 7-year-old with a little mullet, just like a Pittsburgher should have, with a Cordell Stewart jersey on, sitting at Three Rivers Stadium watching in 1995. A Yinzer, I'd define it as somebody that bleeds black and gold, works hard, cares about their family and their hometown. Donald Trump does not care about the working man whatsoever. This guy's not looking out for my family. Talking about giving tax breaks to billionaires, and he's gonna sell out working families to pay for it. Cut our health care. Cut our Social Security. He's a little rich kid, too. He ain't me. Little silver spoon boy Donald Trump. How is he relatable to me whatsoever? The guy literally lives in a country club. Do I look like a country club kind of guy?
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
He told us who he was.
Should abortion be punished? There has to be some form of punishment.
Then he showed us.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
Now Donald Trump wants to go further with plans to restrict birth control, ban abortion nationwide, even monitor women's pregnancies. We know who Donald Trump is. He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Daddy, when's mommy's come home?
How am I supposed to tell him?
IVF is a miracle for us because it allowed us to have our family. After having my daughter, I wanted more children, but my embryo transfer was canceled 8 days before the procedure. Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade stopped us from growing the family that we wanted. I don't want politicians telling me how or when I can have a baby. We need a president that will protect our rights, and that's Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message. Wrongfully convicted.
5 teenagers were arrested, tried, convicted, and sent to prison.
No men were exonerated.
What he did to us, he tried to end us.
Of course I hate these people.
So-called the Central Park 5.
Calling for execution.
And let's all hate these people.
You cannot have this man go into office again.
I want society to hate him.
We were innocent kids.
The confessions were coerced.
Today, we are exonerated. That guy says he still stands by the original guilty verdict.
This is about democracy being on the ballot.
I have absolutely no compassion.
Look at Kamala. She represents the kaleidoscope of the human family. There's something different happening in America. We will get the opportunity to build a future where we will be able to thrive and not just survive.
It's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power.
He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future.
That is a damning non-answer.
Black girl, Adelaide Dubois, who along with my wife, Michelle, runs the entire show. And the decision that we, all of us, the folks on this chat right now, the people on this line and others will all make in a few days will help determine their future and our future, how much I or they will pay for college in a few years, whether their cousins in Nashville and Coffee County, Tennessee will have access to health care and affordable food, whether their friends' dads will be able to start or grow a business, how the money in their 529 savings account will grow or not grow alongside the growth of the market, and perhaps even whether they have to deal with a tense traffic stop or worse if I ever got pulled over with those babies in the back seat. And that's just my story. Those consequential moments are multiplied across millions of Black men in this country who will be directly impacted by and who will directly impact the 2024 election. And so the amazing folks at the Black Economic Alliance want to unpack all of that. They want to unpack what Black men want so that together we can make informed decisions. Listen, y'all, we're so delighted that the BEA is hosting this. They are the country's leading nonpartisan group of Black business leaders, trusted business leaders focused on expanding work, wages, and wealth in the Black community. We're going to get to one of those leaders in just a moment. But real quick, do me a favor. Everybody on this line, do me a favor. We got thousands of folks who have confirmed this call and are on this line right now. But I want a few more. Do me a favor. Shoot a text to a brother who is not here. Let them know that we're here. Drop them the line, the link to this town hall. Post on social media with the hashtag #WhatBlackMenWant. And let's bring folks into this dialogue together. Here to kick us off tonight is a wonderful brother and business leader, Tony Coles, co-chair of the Black Economic Alliance and chairman of Cerevel Therapeutics. Tony, why was it important for the BEA to host this event?
Well, thank you, Joshua. And brothers, allies, and friends, thank you all for joining us tonight. We thought it was important to convene tonight's conversation because our lives, our financial future, our wellness, and our families' well-being are all literally on the line. We're hosting this because Black men can decide this election. Let me say that again. The votes of Black men can decide this election. There are decisive margins of us, of Black men, in every key battleground state that can determine the outcome of this election, and it's literally in our hands. So what we, Black men, choose to do here and in the next week, whether we go out and vote and who we vote for will decide what happens to the country on November 5th. Now, we know Black men generally turn out and support candidates who are for the Black community at the second greatest percentage rate of any race, any gender, and we Black men are second only to Black women in doing so. And we need to do that for this election. In a few days, as we cast our ballots for president and offices up and down the ticket, we have an opportunity to decisively secure the wealth, the safety, and the future of our families, something we all want to do. Not only do we want to secure the economic futures of our families, but we have the opportunity to ensure that the women in our lives, our mothers, daughters, sisters, and others, have the access to the healthcare freedoms they so richly deserve. Because if we don't take care of them, who will? We have a clear choice to make. We can either go back to a time where the government actively held Black men and our women back, or we can go forward and secure our financial futures and the rights of the beautiful Black women we love. But it's not enough to just say that. We have to dig into the real issues, understand the contrast, understand what's at stake, and have a real substantive conversation. That's what we're here to do tonight. So with that, brothers, let's get into it.
What do Black men want? It's a question that's been asked in headlines and debated from the barbershop to the halls of power. From the Obama years, when hope and progress felt within reach, to the divisive rhetoric that followed.
You're living in poverty. Your schools are no good. You have no jobs.
Black men have been at the center of every conversation, but too often without a seat at the table. Now, as we look to the future, we're changing that.
The baseline should be everybody has a job. What we should be doing is creating incentives for people to be able to build wealth and build intergenerational wealth.
This virtual town hall is about what Black men truly want. Wellness for themselves and their families, the power and opportunity to build generational wealth, and the voice to shape the 2024 election and beyond. We're not just reacting, we're building. And today, we're taking action to ensure that we make the best, informed decisions in the upcoming general election, so that the opportunity to achieve wellness, wealth, and power becomes a reality for every Black man in America. The future isn't just coming, it's ours to create. It's now.
Wellness, wealth, and power. The future isn't coming, it's ours to create. It's now. I love that message by our host, the Black Economic Alliance, who've convened us today. Listen, y'all, we're going to show this a few times throughout the night. If you don't listen to anything else, I know you're going to listen to everything, but pay attention to how to actually vote. Can we pull up the vote slide? Everything you need to vote, you can find at bit.ly/vote 2024 election. You could scan that QR code and go straight there. I'm seeing some people popping off in the chat right now. Robert Duncan said he voted last Monday. Mark Kennedy said he banked that early vote. Robert Hernandez coming in from Miami. I don't know if Robert's voted yet, but I'm excited for you to get to the polls. Brothers from around the country, Robert Duncan, Chai Love, David Etta, and a lot of sisters who are allies, and I know have brothers in their lives that need to hear this message as well. So excited that everybody is getting their votes in. Listen, we want to go to a very special guest who has been a real key part of bringing this event together tonight. D.L. Hughley is one of the country's most informed, powerful, and persuasive, and frequently hilarious voices as well. But he's on some serious matters right now. He's a best-selling author, actor, advocate, and so much more. And he cares deeply about this election. Brother D.L., thank you for joining What Do Black Men Want?
Hey, man, thank you very, very much. I think that the title says it all. I think that what we want is for America, what is America has seemingly always promised, has certainly always promised. And I think more than a job, we want a chance, an opportunity to go as far as our talents and desires want us to, like everybody else. So I think that that's one thing, but we also want for our women to be safe and our children to be educated. We want like what everybody else wants. And I think we want to be treated as, to me, this word shouldn't be that controversial, but fair is the word that comes to mind. And I think it's so gratifying to see that instead of just underreacting or being silent, we are asking for demands with a level of specificity I've never seen before. And the other thing I've never seen before, I've never heard politicians ask what we want. You got to remember that one side has been at the top of the ticket for 10 years straight. Since 2015 till now, one guy has been at the top of a political party. Another one has been there 120 days. And I think that we can see by the turmoil and by how much conversation they're having, how important we are. So it's gratifying to see men look at their politics as a transactional endeavor as opposed to one of just passion and just, showing up. We have to make demands. They have to be specific, and we have to make sure that we have clear indicators as to whether they're being met or not.
Yeah, that's great, DL. We have to make demands, they have to be specific, and we got to hold people accountable. Now, how do you think the candidates shake out on the issues, brother? What on balance? In fact, there's a sister who asked in the chat, why are people still confused? What are the lies that people are believing?
Well, you know what? Truth. People are confused, I think, because we don't all have the same levels of interest. Like, people are busy. One of the reasons people living their lives and, carrying on with their days and haven't been as engaged as some people have. Some people have had a lot of misinformation to deal with, and some people are just cynical. So it's a myriad of things. But ultimately, it's not hard to see. I think the best way forward for our people is and has always been progressivism. I think that we liberals and conservative, those monikers don't really hold much weight. The best way for Black people, in my estimation, is forward, not backward. Seeing what back looks like is forward. If you look at the most conservative state in the country, I'd say Mississippi. Look how Black people live. You look at the most progressive state in the country, Minnesota, and it is a discernible difference. And I think the progressive agenda, the progressive ideas moving us forward are things that I think are going to be the best things that are suited for our future and our children's future, in my estimates.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right, DL. And last question, man. You've spent a fair amount of time with Vice President Kamala Harris yourself, man. What's your impressions of her, man? For folks who haven't had the opportunity to spend that time, tell people about her.
Well, to be fair, and I have to say this every chance I get. I was one of the people who was spreading a lot of misinformation about her. So the first time, and I'd had conversations with her before, but the first time of the many times I got to talk to her was not a very pleasant situation. She done something I've never seen leaders do. She called a bunch of Black men out, 12 to 15 Black men who she knew weren't necessarily had favorable ideas of her. She sat with us in a room and talked and listened. And I remember it being a very, very heated conversation. It was so heated, as a matter of fact, that the Secret Service looked in, to see what was happening. I came from California. I heard the myth of her record, and I often repeated it. And the thing that I greatly lament is that I never did what she asked me to do that day, which was a fair thing to do, which is to look at her record and ascertain as if the things I've been saying were true, and they were not. And so I think I said this at the DNC, and I'll say it now. When your apology has to be allowed as your accusation. I found her to be when have you ever seen a leader ask what you want and within 120 days have and it's important to differentiate. This isn't something she came up with us. These conversations came about as a result of having conversations about economics with brothers all over the country. This is our plan. This is what we said we wanted. And I think when somebody gives you access or potentially give you access to the things you want, you have an obligation to show up. And then if whether they're doing what they ascertain whether they're doing what they have promised or not. But I have found her to be an earnest leader. That's the one thing I say. She was a leader. She, they say the greatest teachers are the greatest listeners, and the greatest leaders are the greatest listeners. I'd have to say that if that were the metric, I think she meets that, and it was in spades.
Awesome, man. The greatest listener. That is a quality that we absolutely need as president. Brother DL, hang on for a minute. I know you're going to join the segment with Roland Martin in just a moment. Listen, we're going to get into it right now and pass it over to our brother Roland Martin. But first, I want you to know about a very special brother who's going to be joining us throughout the night. Joshua Doss is a political commentator, strategist. He's an influencer on TikTok with millions of likes on that platform. After every segment with Brother Roland, Joshua Doss is going to do what's called a Doss back, and he's going to tell you exactly where the candidates stand on the issues that we've been talking about. Joshua Doss, thank you for joining us for this conversation, man. We're so glad to have you.
Thanks for having me. Happy to be here. Happy to hop in and give that Doss back.
Awesome, man. I am so excited now to have my main man, my brother Roland Martin, who is doing amazing, disruptive, powerful things in media, join us to guide the rest of our conversation. Last night, Roland interviewed the former president of the United States, Barack Obama, and he's here with us tonight as CEO of the Black Star Network, host of Roland Martin Unfiltered. He's been doing this work for years, and we're delighted to have him. Roland, over to you, my friend.
Josh, we appreciate it. Thank you so very much to all the folks who are watching. Thank you for being with us as well. Let's get right into it. First of all, issues with the microphone here, but let's get right into it. And one of the issues that is a paramount concern in this election, finances. Finances is a tremendous issue, and money, taxes, especially for business owners, corporate taxes. Let me just go ahead and fix this microphone here so we got no further disruptions. I was doing my show, Roland Martin Unfiltered. We're still live on the Black Star Network as well. So corporate taxes, personal taxes, entrepreneurship, all of those things are significant issues on the minds of lots of brothers. You've seen Vice President Kamala Harris lay out an economic plan specifically for African Americans and brothers, but you have not seen that from Donald Trump. I think he offered this platinum plan, but he hasn't talked about it, frankly, in several months. So let's talk about money. Tony Hinchcliffe is a recent college graduate in Georgia. Is now working in a retail store. He has student loans. He's also trying to build a career for himself in animation. So, Tony, first of all, where'd you go to college?
Hi, I went to college at Savannah College of Art and Design.
All right, cool. So let's talk about that. When we look at the issues of personal finances, what is it that you want to hear? What are you concerned about the most from candidates?
Put simply, I think it's important for my wage to be able to support me and ideally those close to me. All my life, I was brought up on the idea that a college education would be the key to success in the world. And I do not get me wrong, I love my education. It's gotten me so many connections as much as it's gotten me the debt that it's put me in. And I don't regret pursuing my degree, but the debt I've accrued in it and then the lack of success with finding work in this kind of incongruous job market has been kind of honestly demoralizing. Plus, all of this is before factoring in life's various expenses. With rent, for example, I'm paying for a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment, and it's incredibly high. Between bills and other necessary payments, I worry about if living within my means will soon become or soon devolve into surviving within my means. For the candidates, I mostly want to hear what they'll do to support the everyday individuals and families like myself and my own family. I want to hear their plans and their steps and what they will do and the steps that they will take in order to support the everyday citizens, be it financially, such as with reduced rent or with reduced housing costs or even loan forgiveness, or be it with increased wages or reduced educational costs, so we can sort of make good on that promise of college leading to the success story that we all hope for it to be. I would like to hear that I still have hope to purchase a home in the future. And even on a more serious note, I just want to be able to be sure that I can care for myself and my family, and even care for my future.
Housing is one of the issues. And so how are you viewing that? Because that is being talked about in a lot of places this year.
So in terms of college is something that is a bit, it's tricky. You got to hope that whatever degree you are in or your degree you're going into is something that can make you living in the long run. Going into bigger fields, into anything that can hopefully get you that degree, get you that work influence or work experience that can get you a better payment is something that's really kind of important to many people. And it's tricky because I've been job searching, and I've been taking the experience that I've gained, the connections that I've made. I've been trying to do those. All of these are gained through college, and then try to make a career out of it. I want to believe that college, especially college payment or college or something that you're going to be investing so much into, is something that you can then pay off, something that will then pay off in the long run. And I'm hearing lots of conversations from other brothers or other my friends and peers who are struggling to find these footholds. And I just hope that we can make that either make it a better connection or make it something that we can build further in the future, or even something that we can support the individuals, make sure that whatever we're putting in is something that we are able to get back out from it.
All right, Tony, I certainly appreciate that. And so again, housing, that's an issue. And also, obviously, student loan debt. We know, of course, the Supreme Court made their decision in terms of that the Biden-Harris administration could not wipe out all student loan debt. But they still have been able to wipe out about $170 billion and nearly 5 million people impacted by that. So we certainly appreciate that, Tony. Folks, joining us right now is Charles Phillips. He's co-chair of the Black Economic Alliance, also co-founding managing partner of Recognize, a private equity firm focused on investing in technology services businesses, and also Kevin Matthews, founder of Building Bread, an education company that helps first-time investors enter the stock market with confidence. Kevin and Charles, glad to see both of you here. And so from your perspective, when you look at the economic plans of both of these candidates, how do you assess them? Kevin, you first.
Sure. I think for me, it comes down to who is putting more money in your pocket and who is making things easier for your wallet. When I look at Donald Trump, we know that his tariffs are going to cost Americans more than $4,000 per year. And we look at Project 2025. If you are looking to buy a home, which we were talking about earlier, he has a plan that is going to gut the Federal Housing Administration and could cost Americans an additional $1,200 per year. That is not going to help Americans. What we do know is Kamala Harris has produced a plan that could help give us $25,000 for a down payment and also add 3 million homes to the U.S. housing supply. We know based on housing supply and what we need, that is actually going to bring down the cost of housing. That is something that we need. And for the Black community, that is the biggest transfer for generational wealth. And we know we need home ownership in the Black community.
Charles, here's the reality when we talk about, people talk a lot about entrepreneurship, but the reality is this here. When you look at Black-owned businesses in this country, 95% of all Black-owned businesses do 5%, do $5 million or less in revenue. And you look at the majority of our companies, not even the majority. I mean, we're talking about 90+% have one employee. So when we talk about an economic policy, how will a president, how will an administration help Black entrepreneurs? We're talking about also we're helping folks do startups, but also how do they expand capacity? And so we have to understand the reality of Black-owned businesses in America today.
First of all, Roland, good to see you, my brother, again. And I heard my brother Tony talking earlier. I identified with what he was saying. So I've known Kamala since 2003 when I was living in San Francisco. She's been thinking about these issues for a long time. So this isn't new. She has receipts on this. So I would say on the Black-owned businesses and small businesses, she has a lot of unique programs about taking a third of government contracts, for instance, and dedicating it to small business, giving you $50,000 to do a startup business. Those are all good things, but we don't want to forget the other half of the people who work for large companies. So the plan there is employee stock ownership program. So when you work for a large company, you don't really make a lot of money in salary. You need equity ownership. So employee stock ownership program, which is another idea she has, to change the tax code to encourage companies to share their equity with their employees. Some are doing it already because it's actually smart to do. You get better employees when you do that. But that's another area she can excel in. And then secondly, I would say on the housing issue, the housing, this has gone back for 30 years. We haven't been building enough housing. We've had more population growth for a lot of different reasons, permitting, costs, you name it. We couldn't build housing. And so she has a plan to build 3 million new housing by encouraging and incenting local people to change those permitting codes and actually giving them money to do that. And so it's a supply issue. I mean, we have a third of the inventory that we had in 2007 in terms of inventory of housing. This is systemic for everybody, not just Black men. And so she has been thinking about this issue. I've been talking with her about this housing issue for 2 or 3 years. So at least she has specific programs on the issues that we care about.
Well, in fact, Kevin, to Charles's point, because of the home foreclosure crisis in 2008, 2009, we actually built 8 million fewer homes between 2010 and 2019 than the previous decade. That was the fewest number of homes we built in the country since the 1940s. And last week, I had the CEO of the National Housing Conference on Roland Martin Unfiltered, and he talked about really how strong her housing plan is, not just that $25,000 of assistance in helping people purchase a home, but the goal to build 3 million new units over a 4-year period. A lot of people don't quite understand the reality of housing. And the other issue that you have is you have private equity firms, Wall Street, they very well be owning upwards of 40% of all single family homes by 2030. So the housing market we're looking at today is completely different than what we've seen really in the past 30 to 40 years.
Absolutely. I don't think, again, like you mentioned, enough people don't realize that it comes down to the supply and demand factor. So when you have these private equity firms buying up the supply, then these prices rise. The median home price today is around $430,000 today. If you go back to 1990, we're talking the average home was around $130,000. It is utterly unaffordable for the average college graduate or even the average American to afford a home. The only candidate today who has a plan is Kamala Harris, period. That's it. That is it. And the average American to even afford a home today has to have a salary of about $110,000. That is not the median salary. The only way to do this is to add more homes. Donald Trump is not even looking at that. It is Kamala Harris, and that is absolutely clear. So to do that, we have to add more homes. We have to have a program to help people get into those homes. And to do that, this is how you create generational wealth. This is how you get a foothold. This is how you get college graduates to start being motivated, to start to save, to have that home, and to pass that on from generation to generation.
Charles, I talk with John Hope Bryant of Operation Hope a lot about this. We talk about, again, when you look at an economic plan, I mean, obviously you have high earners, you have middle class folks, but you also have low income working class folks. And one of the things that has greatly helped folks in that low income working class area is the earned income tax credit. And that has played a huge role. And a lot of people have not, fully tapped into that. But again, that's a part of the tax code that benefits low income Americans, including African Americans.
We should tap into that, but the bigger opportunity is to reposition people for better jobs. So Black men are over-indexed in jobs that can be automated by AI and other technologies. And so we're not investing in retraining people. We used to spend about $17 billion a year in the 1970s. Today we spend about $16 billion. In today's $17 in the dollars, if you index it for inflation, we should be spending about $60 billion. We know how to recruit Black men to be athletes. We can recruit them to work in semiconductor factories and other jobs as well. We're not taking advantage of that talent. And it's good for the country. We're running out of workers. the country is aging. We need more workers, and we're not taking advantage of this big talent pool. So I suggest more job training programs connected with the private sector, and send companies to do that as well. All these big programs like the CHIPS Act and the Infrastructure Act, some of that should be in our neighborhoods and tapping into talent that we can participate in this new generation of industries. And right now, we're stuck in these low-wage jobs on average that don't get to participate in these next generation industries.
Absolutely. And of course, when you look at the college stats, a decreasing number of black men who are going to college compared to black women, that also contributes to exactly what you're talking about. Kevin and Charles, we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Joshua, back to you.
Brother Roland, quick thing. There was a question in the chat that I think we need to get at real quick. I want to pull it out.
Okay.
There was a gentleman named Roland Johnson who said, we don't need handouts. He said we need to lift ourselves up and don't need handouts. Now that's something that may be in the mind of others, because I see likes on his comment. How do you, Roland or Charles or gentlemen, how do you respond to that?
So let me respond to that, and I'm gonna try not to cuss. And the reason I'm saying that is because Elon Musk is the richest person in the world. Do you know how many handouts Elon Musk has received? Oh, I'm sorry. They're called
subsidies.
Incentives. They're called subsidies. Do we want to talk about the solar panel subsidies he got in Buffalo, New York, from the state of New York, more than $1 billion from Texas, from Nevada, from California, when it came to his batteries, things along those lines? Folks, I need everybody to understand, and I do this all the time. Oil companies in America actually receive subsidies from the federal government. Oil companies. We can go down the list. We can go down the list. Listen, I covered City Hall. I covered county government. I can tell you about tax increment financing districts where the money stayed within that particular area. We could talk about opportunity zones. So the reality is this notion of do for self, pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. Guess what? That is nonsensical. Major corporations in the United States go to the federal government, go to state governments, go to county governments, go to city governments, go to school districts to actually receive subsidies. Subsidies, when it comes to poor people, is called welfare. When it comes to major companies, it's called subsidies. Yeah. And so do understand that we need to not fall for that.
It's industrial policy. So basically, we're going to invest in some industry somewhere. The only question is, do we benefit or does somebody else benefit? You're not going to stop the industrial policy from being made, so people investing and deciding what sectors they want to grow and who gets it. We just need to participate.
I think, Kevin, you were jumping in here.
Since I wanted to add one quick thing. So as a former financial advisor, I managed over $140 million. And anytime I saw a client, we would come up with a real nice tax policy or a tax plan to help someone reduce their taxes or find a way to be very creative to maximize their wealth. When it came to them, it was a strategy. It was savvy. It was smart. But when they look like us, all of a sudden, it was a handout. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm gonna say. So anytime that we try to come up with something that helps us and is tailored to us, when it's a black men's forum, it just suddenly looks like a handout. But when it's everybody else, when it's Donald Trump and he brags about not paying taxes, it's savvy, right? He's the smartest person in the world. When it's Elon Musk, it's very smart. It's a strategy. But when it's us, it's a handout.
So Joshua, I'm gonna just add this final point on here because of this here. As Kevin mentioned earlier, and I think Kevin mentioned, Charles, the tariffs. This is a fact. The tariff war when Trump was in the Oval Office cost American farmers. The federal government provided upwards of $25 billion specifically to farmers because they were impacted by the tariffs. There were farmers in Wisconsin, in Illinois, in Indiana, in Midwestern states that were filing for bankruptcy, that were going out of business because of his tariffs battle. That's a perfect example. China does not pay those tariffs. The customers here do. And the federal government, it was $25 billion in subsidies they received, and black farmers got virtually none of that $25 billion And when Biden-Harris came in and established a fund for Black and Hispanic farmers because of discrimination, what did Trump's top aide, Stephen Miller, do? They sued, and that money was finally freed up a few months ago. And so, again, people need to understand when you say handouts, it all depends on the person who's saying it as opposed to other folks. And so handouts, subsidies, it's also called R&D. It's a whole different perspective. So do understand, even Jeff Bezos, he gets handouts. I'm sorry, they're called government space contracts. And so just understand the language being used.
No one calls the GI Bill a handout. No one calls the GI Bill a handout.
Y'all, Roland Martin for Communications Director in the Harris administration. Charles Phillips.
No. I can't do that.
Charles Phillips for Treasury Secretary, and Kevin Matthews for head of the National.
That's a big
All right,
cut.
listen,
I'm good.
Quick, we're going to pick up the pace from here. We want to go to Joshua Doss for our first Doss back segment of the night. Joshua, what do you think about what you just heard and what you got to say, man?
All right, let's do it. So I'm here to kind of talk about what are the actual plans from the actual candidates, right? We want to know, this is important for us to know both of these sides as we're making these informed decisions. We talked a lot about costs. You're going to see on screen a bunch of different things, but I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to touch on some of the things that were the most important throughout our conversation. We talked about housing, but 58% of Black people are renters, right? So let's talk a little bit about the candidates' difference when we're talking about renters. Vice President Harris has talked about cutting red tape to make sure that we build houses more quickly, as was discussed a little bit, rental units more quickly, penalizing firms that hoard available rental properties and drive up prices for those local properties, and also outlawing new forms of price fixing by corporate landlords, right, to make sure that that rent stays low. Unfortunately, I do not have a lot about what Donald Trump has said when it comes to rent, because most times when he's asked, he kind of diverts to something about immigration or the like, and doesn't really have any strong plans about renters on his website or in his Agenda 47. But we have seen and heard from other folks at the Harvard Joint Center that immigration has not been something that has changed the cost of rent in America. So that's what we got on both candidates when it comes to rent. Joshua, back to you.
Awesome, man. So appreciate that. Listen, we're going to go straight into our next segment now that Brother Roland is going to facilitate for us. So the first one was on personal finances, and this next one is focused on small business and entrepreneurship. And so you're going to hear from Robbie Mason, Mason's Barbershop, Richard Lou Dennis, the founder and executive chair of the Sundial Group, Jay Bailey from the Russell Innovation Center for Entrepreneurs, Ryan Wilson with the best co-working spot in the country, The Gathering Spot, William Tynroad Toms, and the author and founder of REC, and then from Joshua Doss. So Roland, over to you on small business and entrepreneurship.
Certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Again, the point I earlier said, I'll start with Rich here. The point I started earlier is that we have to understand the Black business ecosystem. We saw it during COVID when it came to PPP loans. The reality is a lot of Black businesses, they had checking accounts with banks, but did not have banking relationships. So therefore, they were frozen out of the process. And so when Biden-Harris came in, they made some changes to sort of add that. The second thing is that a lot of the businesses, when it came to PPP loans, they had the rules were set up to have full-time employees. Many of the Black-owned businesses, Rich, were 1099s. And so in order for us to understand, what to be asking for, we have to first understand the reality of what the Black business ecosystem actually looks like in America.
Roland, you're absolutely correct. And what we really need in this, we need the confidence of fairness, right? We need to know that when we invest our dollars, when we invest our time, we're going to have the same opportunities as other people who invest their dollars and invest their time, so that we have not a certainty of what the outcome will be, but the confidence that the outcome will be fair. So if you think about what you just talked about regarding PPP, first of all, the access to the information, the clear understanding of how you build a business and how you drive and compete in a business environment needs to be there. And we need to be able to take that and grow our businesses on, as I say, this foundation of fairness, right? So if I don't have the same access and the same opportunities, it's very difficult for me to build something that can withstand these shocks that come up in the system. So I think for me that this confidence of fairness is a very, very important place to be.
Ryan, lots of folk talk about access to capital. I look at this differently when I'm always saying access to contracts. And I'm just going to use listen, I started this show 6 years ago. I started the network 3 years ago. I have no debt. I don't owe anybody. We've been profitable. We started in September 4th, 2018. We've been profitable since March 2020. So I've made the point that, no, I don't need access to capital. I need access to contracts. In my business, the federal government spends $1 billion a year in advertising. Black-owned media gets 1% of the $1 billion. Now, under Biden-Harris, we saw a $10 billion mark hit in terms of contracts to Black-owned businesses coming from the federal government. But we need to be having that same thing, not just access to capital, but also access to contracts to be able to build capacity for Black-owned businesses. And that's contracts with the federal government, state government, local government, but also in the private sector as well.
Roland, I think that you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, nothing beats the customer, right? And so we have to keep, no matter how you're thinking about starting and continuing on with your business, we've got to put at the forefront of that conversation that we need to get you to a paying customer. At the same time, access to capital to give you a shot to have an opportunity, though, is still important. And I think that what Vice President Harris has been talking about over the last, now I think we don't remember how short of a time period this has been, but what she's been discussing in terms of making sure that more folks have access to be able to get into the game is huge. The tax exemption, too, moving from $5,000 to $50,000, that's a part of buying more time to get our businesses to a point where they'll have, again, an opportunity. At the end of the day, I think that the way that this conversation needs to develop is moving from start conversations to scale conversations. And I'm optimistic that under her leadership and given the way that we're all coming together on this topic, that we'll get there.
Robbie, I was having a conversation with a business owner. He owns a couple of restaurants in Houston. And of course, under Donald Trump, the corporate tax rate dropped. And he said, look, that put $500,000 in his pocket.
Good.
Vice President Harris has talked about increasing the corporate tax rate. And what I said to him, I said, well, our response should not be, oh, my God, that's a bad idea. I said, what we should be doing as Black business owners is saying, OK, establish a cap, meaning have that increase in corporate taxes applied to businesses doing $100 million or more. I was like, whatever the number is. I said, so let's just not act like we can't do anything. Let's utilize our organizational mobilization to be able to have a conversation in this. Very much when the McDonald's operators were going and meeting with President Obama, they were talking about making some changes to a living wage. We have to understand that we can be using our voices to drive public policy as well as Black business owners, regardless of our size. All right, Robbie, you there? Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Thanks for having me. I'm so glad to be on the platform, and I'm excited about this election. Yesterday, I was excited when I went to vote early, and it was a great turnout. I'm so proud of what the Democrats are doing. We're getting united. It's so motivated. And the most important thing to me about this election is the democracy and the fact that Kamala Harris is believing in the Constitution. She respects the laws of our system compared to her opponent that has no accountability, and he just does what he wants anytime he wants. And Kamala Harris has initiatives for entrepreneurs and economic equity and raising the small Black businesses and barbershops. I'm like I said, I'm motivated. I'm excited. I'm listening to my customers, and out of say 500 men, we might have 3 Trumpers. So there it is. I mean, let's keep it going, and We just got to get this clown show over with.
Jay, I want to go to you because we talk about entrepreneurs. You are president and CEO of the Russell Innovation Center for Entrepreneurs. And part of the problem that we're facing is this idea of, well, you don't know, well, you do not have the information to work with. And over the last 3.5 years, we've seen a increase every single year in the creation of Black-owned businesses. We've actually seen the Biden-Harris folks break down contracts in terms of taking these large contracts. It was bundling under Trump. It's interesting. It happens with Republicans. They will bundle contracts, and then under Democrats, they will unbundle those contracts. The only Republican who did that was George W. Bush, who came to unbundling. That is important because if you're a Black-owned business and you're able to get a prime contract, you now can bid on other prime contract work as opposed to you always remaining a sub. That's a perfect example of how rules and regulations can be changed that will impact small businesses, especially small to growing Black-owned businesses.
So, Roland, you're right, brother. I know that we lose GDP every year because the brilliant ideas that reside on the south side of every city in America never reach the marketplaces they don't believe they belong. And I know that the only difference between that north side of the tracks and the south side of the tracks is access, opportunity, and exposure. Rich has said it, Ryan has said it, we need all three. It's no secret. It's one thing to start a business. It's a whole other thing to grow a business. And even here in Atlanta, 97, the Black Mecca where we have more Black businesses than anywhere else, 97% of our Black businesses only have one employee. And we know the Black businesses hire Black people. They stabilize Black communities and have been the backbone of our neighborhoods forever. So if you're asking me like what do Black men want or Black businessmen want, it's literally having a fair shot at the access and the opportunity required to grow a company. And to your point, Roland, we have hundreds of years of examples of how those that we elect have the power to do exactly that. So it's incumbent upon us to use our power through the vote to make sure that we hold them accountable and we bring that access, opportunity, exposure to our communities.
William Tyrone Toms, you're the co-founder of Rec Philadelphia. And here's something that people don't understand. Under the Trump administration, they did not collect racial data. Under Biden-Harris, they did. So and then under Trump-Pence, they denied systemic racism. So part of the problem here is when you don't collect racial data, then you don't know what the disparities are. Under Project 2025, they want to get rid of anything that records and lays out race. That is a detriment because if you don't understand what the disparities are, you then cannot come up with creative ways to get rid of those disparities.
Yeah, Roland, I think you're exactly right. I think not knowing where the disparities are leads to us just perpetuating more of the problem. And I think a lot of the brothers that, came before me, they highlighted a part of the problem is the access to opportunity, it's access to capital. So when I think about the 50,000 creatives that I represent, that I serve, I know that most of them start off because they want to create and they want to make music and art for the creative expression, right? And the artistic freedom. But after that, they want the financial freedom that can come with it. So when I think about us being these economic engines as Black men, especially in the creative field that are creating intellectual property, what we know is that this is an industry that is growing in a couple of years to be over $480 billion annually, right? But if we're not recognized as those economic engines, if we don't then have the access to low interest loans to be able to scale, we have a really difficult task ahead of us, right? And I know that for Black men in general and Black business owners in general, it's difficult to get these loans, especially if you just have a simple, a mainstream business that's really understandable. You're in real estate or you're building a plumbing company. But just imagine the magnification of the difficulty if you come to them and you're in the creative field. These institutions don't understand it, right? So then you just have an uphill battle to be able to get the capital you need to scale. So when you ask me, like, what do creatives need? What do we want as Black men? Is we want access to the same amount of capital or more capital to be able to grow our business like other folks because we want to build wealth on our own terms. So we need to figure out how we can be able to come to the table and they understand our challenges and folks understand these innovative industries that are growing so we can have a fair shot and have the same access that our counterparts have.
Rich Dennis, final question to you. It's very interesting. I've had some folks who will say, well, she's been vice president. Why haven't we actually seen these things? But we've actually had. The problem is she hasn't been getting covered because of what I do every single day with this show, 2 hours a day. She's been meeting with Black entrepreneurs. She's been meeting and dealing with the issue of access to capital, been dealing with contracts. All these different things have been happening in conjunction with the role of Congressional Black Caucus and what they're doing. I just think what a lot of people don't understand is they don't actually see a lot of the things that are actually happening that are being done. There is a stark difference between the last almost 4 years under this administration than what I saw under Trump Pence, and even to a certain degree under Obama Biden.
Right. Well, Roland, she's been doing a lot more than just meeting, right? And to your point, that's not covered. The meetings to understand what the needs are, where the sentiments are, where people need help. Those things are very important. But let's talk about what's actually been happening. When you think about the student loan forgiveness that you talked about, how that impacts our community, how that then allows us to invest our dollars in our businesses as opposed to paying off student loans. When you talk about the support around the Fearless Fund and when they got sued for investing money in the Black community with Black women, the level of support and engagement that came from there. Like we have to really take a step back and look at, hey, what has been different, right? And I think with what she's been doing, what the Biden administration have been doing, we've seen a market shift in how Black businesses are being approached, and we need that to continue. Right, you're right. When we look at some of these other administrations, nothing deliberate has been done. I think if you look at the rate at which Black businesses have been growing, when you look at the challenges that Black businesses are having today, a lot of those are not the result of government policy. Right, a lot of those are the result of just the micro and the macroeconomic environments and the shifts that we're needing to make. Having an administration and having a leader that is focused on how those shifts and how those policies impact the abilities of every citizen in this country to build a business is going to be critical to our own success. And so my point is, it's not just meeting with people, it's actual actions that have been taken already and things that we're already starting to see the benefits from.
And the actions we're talking about also happen with executive action. It's not all based upon who controls the Congress. So, gentlemen, we appreciate all of you.
And let's realize also she has a leader and she's following that leader, right? So now there's the opportunity for her to lead and for her to drive these things herself. And I think you're going to see some incredible outcomes from this.
Absolutely. And so, gentlemen, I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Joshua, back to you.
Absolutely. Time for our DOS back real quick on small business and entrepreneurship. Joshua DOS, anything you want to share about the candidates on this one, man?
Yeah, I mean, we touched on a lot of it right there. There's actual action behind what we've been talking about, starting with the Minority Business Development Agency, an agency that's sole purpose is to assist minority businesses, right? It doesn't cost the American taxpayer much, about 11% per person. The Harris-Biden administration permanently secured this, and it had a program, a capital readiness program that invested $120 million in nonprofits, in incubators and Black entrepreneurs, which doubled the amount of Black households with the business. That's something that happened under the Harris administration, on top of her offering an expansion, offering forgivable loans up to $20,000. We checked with the Trump team. There is not much that he has, not anything at all that he has in his plan for supporting Black entrepreneurs, but he actually is connected to the Minority Business Development Agency because he attempted to gut it twice throughout his first term. Back to you, Joshua.
Awesome, man. So do you want a gutted MBDA or do you want somebody that's going to invest in small businesses? Roland, up next for a real quick segment, but an important one, is what do black men want when it comes to their mental health, with Dr. Jay Barnett, author and mental health expert, the founder of the Just Heal Bro Tour. Over to you, Roland.
Yeah, Jay, I think too many people focus on, when they talk about black men, it's always money, 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 money. And when I talked to Vice President Kamala Harris, when we were in Greenville, she talked about caring about the whole of the black man, not just his pocketbooks, but also his physical and mental health as well. And the reality is, when you look at the Affordable Care Act, we look at the expansion of that for African Americans. Now you're talking about the ability to deal with brothers and sisters when it comes to their physical and mental health.
Hey, Roland, how you doing, man? So excited about this opportunity. I think, as I was watching earlier, I think it's critical that we understand, as you're talking about, understanding the disparities and understanding our relationship with the healthcare system. And I think it's important to understand that if you're going to treat Black people, we have to be able to understand the contextualized background historically when it comes to the healthcare system. And as providers, oftentimes Black men have been misdiagnosed. Black men have not been treated properly. And you can take this all the way back to the school system for Black boys. Often Black boys are criminalized when they have issues in the classroom. And often I like to say that those issues are clinical. And so I think if you're going to push the needle forward when it comes to Black men showing up in spaces, Black men being able to be the best that they can be in the world, we have to consider them holistically. And we also have to consider how we're providing care for them and being able to fund community initiatives that are trusted messengers. And I think oftentimes we're trying to push Black men and Blacks all together into these whitewashed spaces and into these agencies that has no research on how to treat Black people, because mental health was not for Blacks. And if you study historically, often their methods and even some of their strategies don't have any understanding of how to treat us when it comes to mental health.
And of course, we talk about mental health. That's also financial strain and stress, things along those lines. So when you think about capping the cost of insulin, when you think about capping medical expenses, listen, when you don't have that level of stress, worrying about your grandmother or mothers and fathers, that has an impact on your mental wealth, your physical well-being as well, what's happening with financially. And so we have to look at those particular policies, how candidates are speaking about mental and physical health. And so, Joshua, in our DOS-back segment, what does it show in terms of both candidates on this issue?
Over to the DOS-back, because Joshua Doss has some great information for us here. Thank you, Roland.
Yeah, I am a pollster. I sit in focus groups with Black men and Black women all the time. You talk to Black women, the number one thing that they want for their Black men is mental health, access to mental health. We see that Black people are 20% of Medicaid recipients, and Trump's attempts to slash some of those what is given to Black men during Medicaid from Medicaid would cause more barriers to getting the mental health that Black men need. On the other side, we see Vice President Harris, if you saw the Black Male Agenda, wants to launch the National Health Equity Initiative that focuses on Black men, and it really leans in on focusing on Black men's access to mental health, among other things.
Yeah. That's awesome, Joshua. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Dr. Jay Barnett. Y'all need to get up on the Just Heal Bro Tour and all that Dr. Jay is doing. He's doing amazing work helping brothers heal. Please follow him on Instagram and all other platforms. Roland, the next one is a powerful one. It's an important one. What do Black men want when it comes to political and economic power? With Derek Johnson, my main man and the president and CEO of the NAACP, Reverend Michael Blake, President Obama's former head of African American Outreach, CEO, founder of Atlas Strategy Group, and former Assemblyman Ron Busby Sr., CEO of the U.S. Black Chambers of Commerce Incorporated. And I see Brother D.L. Hughley is still hanging on the line, so not to put him on the spot, but maybe he wants to join this conversation too, Roland. So we'll throw it over to those gentlemen and to you as well.
I was talking to then Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr. Of a few years ago when he was in Congress, and there were a group of young people who came to him and they said, man, if you don't do what we tell you to do, we're going to vote you out. He says, I don't give a damn what none of y'all think. He said, you see that building right there? He said all those folks, he said, in their walkers, in their scooters, they vote. You don't. And what he was trying to explain is that the people who show up, that's who politicians listen to. So when we look at Louisiana, a significant number of African Americans, more than 900,000, but barely 2 out of 10 have voted early. When we look at Milwaukee, a perfect example, 50,000 fewer people voted in 2022 than 2020. Had they voted in 2022, Mandela Barnes, Lieutenant Governor, her brother, would be the United States Senator as opposed to MAGA Ron Johnson. And so when we talk about why we must maximize our vote, it's not that black men are not voting, but it's maximizing our vote, then we can leverage that power. And so, Derek, I'll start with you. Former Ambassador Andrew Young, he talks about it all the time. And I've been saying the same thing to Detroit and other places. If our target is 70% of the eligible African Americans voting, we could sweep elections nationwide. But it can't happen when we're voting at 30, 35, 38, 40% capacity.
Well, that is a big problem. That's also due to lack of investment in the black political infrastructure. We began to see the erosion of the black political infrastructure in the early 2000s. For the NAACP, we are working hard to address that. This election cycle alone, we're spending over $20 million. We're putting $6 million into local groups. And some of them are not even NAACP units because we have to rebuild the black infrastructure. Louisiana is a problem. We've heard it time and time again, but for some reason, there has been no investment in that state. There has been a lack of investment across the country. And so when we leave this election after we're successful, we need to focus on how do we rebuild, replenish, and strengthen that infrastructure.
You know, Michael Blake, you're founder of Atlas Strategy Group. And one of the things that we did with the Win with Black Men call in July, when we raised $1.5 million, we kept a third of that, and we specifically said we were going to invest in black male organizations that were on the ground. And I think that's one of the things that we have to understand, that if we're talking about how do we maximize black men political power to get economic power, that means that we also are investing in our own organizations and not waiting for somebody else to cut a check. Your thoughts?
It's necessary. You know, when we think about what is not happening too often, it is an insufficient support around the infrastructure, as Derek was just talking through. And so, you know, we always highlight the responsibility of the long-term game. When you are not putting in the resources when it comes to training, then it makes it harder to find the right staffers. You're struggling to find the right staffers, you're struggling to find the right campaign managers, you're struggling to do that, then it makes it harder for the candidates themselves. And so what we are doing throughout our whole effort around the Kairos Democracy Project is making sure that we're thinking through the short and the long game. The efforts around this is critical. You know, I always go back to a stat that resonates with me. 206 counties voted for Barack Obama twice and then voted for Donald Trump. And so that happens because we didn't sustain the infrastructure from election to election. And so what we did earlier this year through our collective efforts with the collective, with Win with Black Men, with Kairos Democracy Project, with you, Roland, with Bakari Sellers and others, it said very clearly, we're not going to hope that Black men organization gets supported. We're going to make it happen, because too often we're waiting for support and resources. We're seeing that happening across the country right now. Too often funding is only going towards paid media. It's not going towards crisis communication and canvassing and calls and voter protection. And what we are doing right now is necessary to make that all happen from there.
You know, Ron Busby, when we talk about, again, how this is all about maximizing political power. The reality is, on the Democratic side, Black women are the #1 group that votes for Democrats. Black men are #2. And when we make decisions to sit elections out, whether we're talking school board election, mayoral election, city council, state rep, county commissioners, DA, judicial races, governor races, and congressional, what that means is it is the equivalent of literally having a television, a nice big screen television in your living room, but it ain't plugged up. You can't watch it unless you have power. You have to actually plug into that power, and voting power is the start of that. Now, after the election, it's a different process, but we've got to make sure we're maximizing our vote.
You know, Roland, I'm from Oakland, California, and I remember when I first moved here, I read the license plate, and it really shocked me in Washington, D.C. It literally reads taxation without representation. So equally as important as voting for a president, we've got to have down ballot candidates as well as people that are at the table that are representing our best interests. So often here in Washington, D.C., when policies are being created, they're created under the auspices of minority programs. Roland, we're not minorities. We are Black business owners, Black fathers, Black men. And when you look at the pie, the $640 billion that America spends every year, only 1.5% of that goes towards Black firms. 94 cents of every dollar that this country spends goes to either white men or white women. But when you have people at the table that are allowing policies to be able to be created that don't represent Black men as well as Black communities, we are always going to be having these types of conversations of saying, well, it never matters if I vote or not, or I can sit this one out. I have this 78-inch TV, I'm fine, even if I can't turn it on. What we've got to do is make sure that we elect her, that we make sure that we have policies that are going to be intentional, that are going to be transparent, and that we have accountability. And that's what the U.S. Black Chamber, as well as many of the organizations that are on tonight, are here to discuss. How do we make sure that Black policies are being created, implemented, and making sure if we can go from 1.5% spend to 3% spend, that's an additional $10 billion of opportunity for Black-owned businesses. That's what the U.S. Black Chambers is making sure that is going to happen during the next 4 years.
Yeah.
Hey, DL, I had a brother who was on my Instagram, and he said, I'm not voting. It was two things. He says, I'm not voting until we change electoral college. And I said, bruh, let me help you out. I said the electoral college is a constitutional amendment, which means that Congress has to pass it, the president has to sign it, then it must be ratified by state legislatures. I said, so if you don't vote, then you can't impact who votes to change electoral college. I said, so it ain't just gonna happen because you sit on the couch. Again, that it's getting folks to understand how to maximize your power to achieve political change that then impacts economic, health, and so many other areas.
It's everything. But I will say this. It's a couple of things I got to get back to. One, when the brother said we don't want a handout, well, then ask a football owner who builds those stadiums his team's playing.
Boom.
Ask him how that happens.
Boom.
And the other thing is, when the young brother was talking about a jobs program and the one thing I'll say, Trump does have a jobs program. He plans to eradicate the Department of Education, so we're not educated. He plans to kick out large numbers of immigrants and then give us those what he called black jobs. That is literally his plan. That's so. And the other thing, when we're talking about the consolidation of political power, the three starkest examples I can give you. One of the reasons that Kamala Harris is the nominee, and if we didn't have a fractious, event going on to see who the nominee would be, because they knew that black women were so powerful, they didn't risk angering them. That's a clear. She is the nominee right now because they wouldn't dare do something that messed with the golden goose. They wouldn't do it. The other thing is they have a Supreme Court justice because they demanded one. A black Supreme Court justice. Black men do not have anybody that sits in the Supreme Court that is reflective of our ideas and values. Maybe our skin color, but not our ideas, experiences, and values. And the other thing is, Brittany Griner got out of jail before a spy and a Marine. She got out of jail because black women said she should. Those are examples of power. Just it's the consistency that they've shown. It is the specific acts that they've had, and their idea to navigate and wield political power in a way that benefits them. Like there's a reason that they got a lot of black judges. There's a reason that a lot of they were their power. They made sure that everybody understood what it was, and they weren't afraid to use it.
You know, I had to remind some folk, Derek, that I had a group of brothers and they were saying, man, a folk not listening to us, this, that, and the other. I said, well, let me tell you what happened in 2016. 2016, after the election, a group of sisters got together and wrote a letter to the head of the DNC, says, y'all ain't paying attention. Got a meeting, made some changes. And again, that doesn't happen if we don't organize and mobilize. And so what has to happen if folk want change, if they want change, it literally means mobilizing and organizing and not just sort of thinking that a singular individual can do it. That also means having an agenda that is consistent, that's not a one-time thing. And so what I keep telling people is that the election is the end of one process. Yes, you must vote. When the election is over, then you must be pushing and pressing folk on the local, state, and national level to do what they said they were going to do. And even if your candidate lost, you are still a constituent.
But the problem that we have seen, people run to the front of the room to get the microphone, and no one is focusing on how do we get the work done, develop the agenda, and implement a plan over time. We wouldn't be here but for a group of individuals who challenged a system and went to New Jersey in 1964 and forced the conversation to come back in 1968 to develop the opportunity, which opened the door for the 70s Black elected officials across cities across America to get elected, leading to Harold Washington, which opened the door for Jesse Jackson in 84 to perfect the system in 88 by Representative delegates, which led to Obama, which opened the door to where we are today. That's a systematic plan that had been implemented over decades by individuals who didn't run to get the microphone, but did the work. And some of those sisters you're talking about in 2016 was trained by Jesse Jackson in 84 and 88 that realized that the rules is the most important part of this process, that political parties are vehicles for agendas. And if you control the rules and understand the agendas, you get the outcome that you work for.
But Mike, I do want to do this here. Derek brought up 1964. Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, Fan Lou Hamer, Bob Moses, they were ticked off that they did not get all that they desired in 64. Dr. King said, listen, he said, we will do this, but in 68, the groups will be fully integrated. I think what happens sometimes, Mike, is that some folk believe, and I've seen this happen over the years, that if I don't get everything I demand now, then I'm checking out of the process. When you could get some of what you want today, but you can come back and get more of that. But I would rather have something today than say, if I can't get all of it, then I'm leaving. That's also a part of us understanding how we must be able to achieve this political power.
Well, let's take it a step further. You can rock with her and get probably about 90% of what you want, or go with him and get nothing. He's a man who said that he doesn't trust Black people with his money. He's a man who has discriminated us, called us clowns, disrespected us in every possible way. And so let's talk about what it is that you want. Do you want to have a better chance for more jobs? Okay, well, she's saying let's provide more funding so we can actually start your businesses. And again, he's saying he doesn't trust you with your money. Let's talk about schools. She's saying let's make it a point that you can actually have HBCU funding, and he is literally saying he will defund public schools that talk about Black history. And when you think about who they surround themselves with, his vice president pick is a man who is the lead sponsor to eliminate DEI. How on earth do you believe you're going to get more from him than her? And so the responsibility we have right now is to make it real clear. You're never going to get 100% from any elected official. I was an elected official for 6 years here in New York. It's impossible. The only person I know that's perfect is Jesus. And so since Jesus is not on the ballot, we got to figure out who's closest there. And so I would rather focus on the candidate who is actually laid out arguably the best economic plan for Black folk, and in particular Black men, maybe than any presidential candidate ever. versus a man who literally is telling you he does not trust you. And so we got to be clear about that. And then lastly, to the point, Roland, in terms of the comparison of what you want to get versus what you can't get, Project 2025 laid it out. They're being real clear with you on that. Your Medicaid expansion, not going to happen. Your taxes are going to go up. You're going to have less support. So where do you believe you're going to get criminal justice or more funding for your schools or better opportunities for your businesses? You're not getting any of those things. And in the same standpoint, if you even considering supporting this man because of a tax cut, you're not getting a tax cut. You're not the millionaire he's talking about. You want to talk to me about a STEMI check? Well, the Democrats gave you 2. He gave you none because it was Democrats in Congress who actually made that happen. And so if we want to talk about who actually can help you with the policies that you want, go with the woman who actually has your back versus the one who says he doesn't trust you.
I heard you back there signifying and co-signing, DL.
You know, it's very funny. One thing Trump has been brilliant at is the same thing he's done for disaffected rural white voters. He's given them somebody to blame and somebody to look down on.
Yeah.
Everything for him is drill, baby, drill, and get rid of mass deport immigrants. He has given them someone to blame and someone to look down on. You don't have to look any further than what that Nazi rally they had on Sunday. Not one thing was said about anybody. If you're not them, you're us. And that's the thing. And whether you're a Haitian immigrant or whether you are a Venezuelan immigrant or just a poor black person, or we're shut out outside the conversation. I think it's ridiculous that Kamala Harris has been top of the ticket for 120 days. And I think this is, by the way, the side note is, I think this is one of the most constructive things I've ever seen. I think it's bright. I think that it's forward thinking for men from all kinds of spectrums to get together and have conversations like this. Because look at what it's yielded. Just showing up and the opportunity, not withholding our vote, but asking for, it's a transactional endeavor. We're saying this is what we'd like, and we'll support you. And you have to do something. That's transactional. We have to stop deifying political figures because we don't have to worship them. They're tools, just like a hammer or a car gets you where you want to go. But ultimately, we have to decide, because one way or another, you're going to make a decision. Even if you don't show up, you've made a decision. Whether you vote or not, a decision is made. And so people have to understand they have told you precisely what they're going to do. They're going to jail everybody. They're going to disband every bit of the social safety net, overtime, environmental safety. One of the things that we haven't talked about, a large swath of black people live in the southern region of the United States of America, where they're reticent to even broach the subject of raising the minimum wage. We can talk about businesses and their incentive, but the best way to keep a business going is to have customers who have access to money themselves. So these are all kinds of conversations we can have. And I think there are some people who just want to be negative and say things like we don't need a handout. And there's some people who are having constructive conversations. And I think this is an example of that. I think black men speaking in one voice, having specific asks and demanding that we get something for our vote is the most constructive thing I've ever seen from our demographic since I can remember. So I'm very proud.
Final question for Ron. And Ron, I want you to just explain to people in short, I want a comparison. How did Trump Pence receive the U.S. Black Chamber compared to Biden Harris?
So many of us, Derek included, the first month, Mike, I know you were there. Trump called a meeting, called all the black organizations in to the White House and literally told us, you had 8 years, thanks, it's over. And we were all sitting there like kind of confused, like, well, what does he mean? And he said, it's a woman agenda now. And we all said, well, great. We got black sisters, we got wives, we got nieces, we got mothers. We will put our businesses in their names and we'll still have some flexibility of making it happen. And he said, no, white women. And that is where you have seen the white women business contracts go from
Whoa, he said that?
54% to 78% of the federal government spend. The quickest way to be able to create wealth is through business ownership. This president, Vice President Harris, is laying out. She said, I want to create 1 million new businesses. If you're a Black person, I'm going to give you $50,000 of tax deductions. I'm going to give you another $25,000 of forgivable loans. And oh yeah, by the way, if you're successful and you want to purchase a home, I'm going to give you another $25,000. Roland, I was a business owner for a long time. I had a janitorial service. If somebody had told me they were going to give me $50,000, that would have bought a lot of mop buckets and brooms and vacuum cleaners. This is a platform that young Black men can really now say, I have something to start with. When Trump came into office, he told us the doors were closed to us. We had 2 federal grants. Within 90 days, they were both taken from us. And that was from the U.S. Black Chamber. We have got to make sure that we have institutions that are here that are fighting on behalf of our business owners, our communities, as well as our families. And that's what's important and is going to continue to be important as long as we got an elected official. I'm going to end with this. We're going to hear a lot about making America great again. And I say, as Black people, we want America to be great too. But in order to have a great America, you got to have a great Black America. And in order to have a great Black America, you got to have great Black businesses. And in order to have great Black businesses, you need good leadership. You need people that understand that the people that are elected are there to create policies that move this country forward. Not just some of the country, not just the white folk in the country, but all of the country. And I am positive that Kamala Harris will be that president for us.
Damn, he said that, Derek? Wow.
You know, I want to make one final point. In a 2-party system, there are no third candidates that are viable. So for those brothers who say, I'm not going to vote, then you're hurting yourself. For those brothers who say, well, we're going to vote for this third-party candidate, there is no such thing as a viable third-party candidate in this election. So let's stay focused and let's not get distracted by anyone who shows up, whether male, female, Black, or white, to say, vote for me, I'm the third-party option. Because right now, we'll be playing with the people if we did something like that.
Yeah.
All right, DL, Derek, Mike, Blake, Ron, I certainly appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Joshua, take it away.
I appreciate you, man. Listen, we're rounding the corner to our close. Y'all give me till about 9:36 and a half for those who can make it. If you can't, we completely understand. But we're going. We have some powerhouse final segments here. Listen, we have a closing segment coming close to our close on building wealth in the long run, and we checked in with the absolute best brothers to speak to wealth building and retirement, which I know is something that is on so many brothers' mind. Ken Frazier, the former chairman and CEO of Merck, and Ken Chenault, who Ebony has called one of the living pioneers in the Black community, the chairperson of General Catalyst Partners and former chairman and CEO of American Express. I spoke with Ken and Ken recently about this topic. We're not going to listen to the whole conversation. We're going to play a quick segment from them now. Let's watch. Ken Frazier, Ken Chenault, it is an honor to be with you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your leadership in so many spaces, including the Black Economic Alliance. And thank you for being here to help answer this big question. What do Black men want? Fellas, let's dive in. So, this segment is about how Black men can set ourselves and our families up for success in the long run. You gentlemen both have achieved a lot in your careers, but I know you had to start somewhere. What are the barriers facing Black men on the road to success, retirement, building wealth, living balanced lives? And what do Black men need to achieve success?
It's terrific to be here with you. And I think what Black men want is an opportunity to realize the American dream.
Yeah.
And the reality is that racism is still alive, is still impacting all of us. But what we need is an opportunity. And if we think about business, we need access to capital.
I would say access to the right kind of educational and job skill development opportunities would be second, especially for men who don't have 4-year degrees. We need to create pathways to the middle class, to jobs and careers that pay a family-sustaining wage. And in that same regard, we need to think about expunging the records for returning citizens who've been incarcerated, which is a huge barrier to employment. Next, I would say, is access to health and healthcare, because people who are not in good health obviously find it difficult to be successful in life. And then lastly, I would say, for those young people who are still of parenting age, it's access to childcare. So those would be the things that I think are most critically important for young African-American men and African-American men in general in terms of wealth creation.
Ken, I have another question for you. How do you think the candidates stack up when it comes to enabling long-term success for Black men? What is your assessment of these two presidential candidates and their records?
Look, Joshua, I don't think it's even close. I think there is a tremendous gap between Trump and Vice President Harris. Let me just make a few points. I've been in business for over 40 years. I know Donald Trump, and I can tell you that he is not someone who understands and in fact is committed to Black entrepreneurship, to opening up real opportunity for Black people. You know, some people have said to me, well, he's really a good businessman. He could do better for the economy. I have to tell you that there are literally hundreds of economists who think a Trump presidency could lead this country into a recession.
Yeah, wow, that's exactly right. There are lots of folks who believe and in fact know that a Trump presidency would potentially spell economic disaster for so many people. If we can just pull up the full shot, I just want to see who is on the screen. Brother Roland may have frozen a bit, so I'm going to take. Oh, there you are, Roland. Roland,
I refreshed.
Yeah, we have Wamimo Abbey from Isusu and Brandon Rule. We're going to talk briefly about building wealth, building generational wealth, and what Black men want. And so we can go to Wamimo and Brandon, if that makes sense to you, Roland.
Yeah, it does. Wamimo, so let's go right to that. Listen, you can't build wealth until you have moved out of this what I call survival mode. It has to be not surviving but thriving. And so that really is a combination of education. It's a combination of how do you build that wealth, whether you do it through home ownership, you do it through owning a business, you do it through what Charles was talking about in terms of the kind of sectors you go into. And so public policy plays a significant part in impacting that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks a lot, Roland. And it's so good to see you and have the opportunity to address these issues. You know, if I just take a step back a little bit, I'm always the person that says math has no opinion. In this country, we have over 45 million people that don't have a credit score, or they have what we call a thin file. The average debt in America is around $92,000. If you do that math, we're leaving close to $4 trillion on the table. And predominantly, the number of people that have been left behind in this equation are predominantly, people of color, especially Black folks that have been left behind. So when we think about the paradigm we're living in, especially as we think about building generational wealth, and home ownership is a big aspect of that, Black folks, especially Black households, have been left behind because there have been systemic barriers that have left us out of the equation for a very, very long time. So one thing that got me really excited is, when I was looking at the plan, saying, the down payment assistance to unlock more housing, the 3 million units in affordable housing that will be deployed, because this is a supply issue. And as a society, we got to stop solving homelessness backwards. So this is some of the things that got me excited. If we want to build wealth, right, we got to find a way to move from the W2 to try as much as possible to move to the K1 or continue to build equity. You, Roland, you did that. You used to work at CNN. Now you got Roland Martin Unfiltered. I don't want us to continue to have the conversation about what Black men want when we have a close election. I want us to continue to have this conversation by listening to folks like you on your platform day in, day out, supporting, organizing perpetually on a monthly basis, quarterly basis. So we have a huge momentum when it comes to time like this to activate our base. That's something that has been left behind. And particularly from a Black man perspective, we need that space, and you're creating that space, and we need more of that.
So what you're laying out, I really think it's important that when we talk about this idea of how do we build wealth, that really speaks to also, to be real honest and frank, access to information. One of the things that I hear from so many people, Brandon, is, "Oh, I didn't know." And what I keep saying is that we can't be buried where. I mean, and I get folk who watch housewife shows and they look at Shade Room and they look at different entertainment sites, but we have to be seeking information that is bettering ourselves. That plays a role in this as well. So when we talk about increasing credit scores, going to the places, going to Operation Hope and others that does that, getting right information in order to be able to build and create and grow generational wealth.
Yeah, I think that's spot on, right? So education is the first piece. I think access to that, is the starting point for being able to go get access to capital, right? So when we think about, just us as Black men and we're trying to create wealth, how are we typically viewed? I think the information is there. We are kings. We have godlike ability, and we have Black women aside us and have shown to be the most resilient group. But the information that also is out there is kind of external information that is always in us too. So we hear that we're 10 times less than white people because of the racial wealth gap. We hear all the information that are facts from slavery and redlining and the GI Bill, et cetera. And that has contributed to our wealth or lack thereof. But I think as we move forward, we need to realize that what they say about us is not necessarily who we are, right? No matter where you are in the world, if you put any group of people, regardless of race, into a concentration of poverty, you'll get the same result. Unfortunately for us, the information that's spewed is that we're thugs and we're constantly incarcerated. And the only wealth generating opportunity that we have market permission for is to, run, jump, or entertain. So I think, as we go forward, really, it's important for us to understand what we want to do. What we're looking to accomplish is to create, thriving mixed income communities that have healthy access to public school systems and equitable access to healthcare. We want resources so our children can grow up and achieve the goals that they're trying to accomplish. And when that's accomplished, we want the ability to go choose and live in those areas, right? As much as affordable housing is a button point, we really have a issue of housing affordability more than affordable housing. Frankly, when we think about information that should be communicated is we need affordability at all levels, not just the lowest income. We are not synonymous with low income. We have many doctors, lawyers, teachers, and people that are civic servants of this community that also need an ability for affordability. And luckily, I think the Biden-Harris administration has done some things to move that forward. They've increased the budget of the Choice Neighborhood Implementation Grant, which my firm, Rural Enterprises, partnered with the Integral Group, was fortunate to win two $50 million checks to be able to do and create those communities in Birmingham and Houston. So right there, we have two Black leading firms developing in two Black cities and two Black neighborhoods that I truly believe is a good piece to move us forward. And then I'll just put a button on it by saying Vice President Harris's new proposals to creation of 3 million new affordable housing units is really important. As mentioned, $25,000 per home for down payment assistance, and really the expansion of the low-income housing tax credit, which is the #1 tool to create housing affordability in this country is very, very important. So that's aligned with what we want. But the last thing I'll state, what we need is to build Black wealth, not just Black wages. What we need is similar to what we're doing in Birmingham and Houston to not be the anomaly, it should be the norm. And the last thing I'll just say to that is we don't need another program. We don't need a set aside. We don't need any of that. We need the procurement process to be tailored as such so that Black men and Black women can participate as the leads of these initiatives is going forward. And that's the information that should be spewed. So thank you for the time, and I appreciate it.
Oh, well, Moso, I do want to ask you this here because I got to go back to 2014. I'll never forget Wall Street Journal, 6 columns across the front, March of 2014, $23.09 billion was handed out in small business loans. Black businesses got $385 million of those dollars. When they were breaking down what happened, part of the huge part is that most African Americans, the only collateral they had was their home. Due to the home foreclosure crisis in 2009, 2010, 2011, folks were losing their home. We lost 53% of all Black wealth as a result. So it was very simple. No home, no loan, no business. And so we have to understand all of these things are interrelated. So credit score, home ownership determines what your interest rates are. And also in terms of you being able to build equity, how can you then use the collateral? You start your own business, education. And so we can't act as if there's this one singular thing that's going to lead to Black wealth creation. No, it is a variety of things that move and work together in unison.
Yeah, absolutely. You're spot on there. I can just give you some numbers. I run a company that when people pay rent, it shows up on their credit score. And there are over 110 million people in this country that rent. They send close to $1.4 trillion to their landlords every year. Your mortgage is one of the most reliable ways to essentially show that you can meet a big obligation and continue to build wealth in the American society. But what we do see is like there's systemic barriers that have left people out of the equation, right? And when we started reporting rental data, one thing that we did find is we've now unlocked for folks, tens of thousands of families, over $23 billion in access to new mortgages. These are people that have otherwise been left behind. My own personal story also, when we moved to Minnesota, my mother and I walked into one of the biggest banks to borrow money. We were turned away and had to go borrow money from a payday loan lender at over 400% interest rate. And my mother had to sell my father's wedding ring and borrow money from the church. And that's how we got started in this country. Under the previous administration, we had 326 investors said no to us because they're like, the business that you're building, we don't know if it's going to amount to anything or it's going to actually impact the communities you said it's going to impact. Under the Biden-Harris administration, our company became a $1 billion company. So that's the true power of, building wealth and being as thoughtful as possible. And one thing that also resonates with me is this idea that genius is everywhere, but opportunity is not. Vice President Harris' sort of opportunity economy, I believe fundamentally from what I have read, will uplift Black men and strengthen our communities and move us forward. The road to White House really needs us desperately, and we must come out and show up and support because we got to stand with the sister. Like the African proverb, if we want to go fast, we can go alone. But if we want to go far, we need to go together and support her to reach the White House and actually fight for the things we fundamentally care about.
All right, gentlemen, I certainly appreciate y'all being with us. Thank you so very much. Joshua, back to you.
We know that you have been generous with your time, my brother. And so whenever you need to head, we are coming to our close now. We have our hot button segment and then our close. Me and Brother Wisdom Cole are going to take us out of here. But we want to hit on some of the key issues that are on Black men's mind that we haven't touched on yet. We have Dr. Brandon Frame, founder of The Black Man Can, David Youngblood, Esquire, the general counsel for the Madison Group, and Joshua Doss, who are going to touch on immigration, criminal justice, and healthcare, just in kind of rapid fire mode. We want to go over to them now. And so, brother Youngblood, you want to speak to this issue of immigration? We've heard a lot about this in this election. What do people believe that is not true, and what do they need to know about immigration?
First, let me thank everyone for being on the show tonight. And I'd like to say this about immigrants, quote, taking jobs from Americans, unquote. There's generally a misconception about immigrants taking jobs from Americans and their impact on the U.S. economy. Here's some key points that help debunk this myth. Immigrants often work in sectors where there are labor shortages or in roles that actually complement the work done by American-born workers, rather than directly competing for those same jobs. For instance, many immigrants work in the agriculture, construction, or service industries that often face hiring challenges due to the low number of U.S.-born workers interested in those roles. Number two, immigrants contribute to economic growth, which creates additional jobs that employ American-born workers who are African-American men. Number three, immigrants contribute to economic growth, which contributes to more overall jobs and creates additional demand for services and goods. As you can ask Ron Busby or Derek Johnson or Roland Martin, when you have immigrants contributing to the overall GDP of the country, you're actually increasing the number of jobs available to African-American men. The last point I'd like to make, I know we're pressed for time, but I'd like to make the point that in relation to what happened yesterday in New York, here's the overall point. The mistake we should not make is to allow someone to hate another person who hasn't wronged you. Only a fool inherits other people's enemies as a sign of loyalty. And what we found, what we saw on display yesterday was that. I really would like to leave the audience with that point. Stop adopting other people's enemies.
Wow. Wow, David. Stop adopting other people's enemies. Who told you you had to hate them folks? Come on. You know, why did we buy into that lie? Dr. Brandon Frame, one of the most dynamic brothers I know, the founder of the Black Man Can. If y'all aren't following, you got to get behind the Black Man Can. When it comes to healthcare, man, what's your sense of what brothers need to know? Lots of conversations about Obamacare, about reproductive rights. Where do you think Black men are on this issue of healthcare in the election?
Thank you so much for having me. And I got a few thoughts here as a professor of social emotional learning and the founder of the Black Man Can. First, when we talk about women's reproductive health, we're not just talking about women's issues. We're talking about the heart of our families, our futures, and our communities. Every pregnancy, every birth, and every woman's health journey impacts us all profoundly. We must recognize that supporting women's reproductive health is not only a moral duty, it's essential commitment to the very fabric of who we are as men, as partners, as fathers, and as allies. Just imagine a Black woman navigating the healthcare system where her needs are too often overlooked. Her life, her safety, rely on someone advocating for her, someone making sure her voice is heard. And as Black men, we need to be the advocates. Being my sister's supporter means that we're not just bystanders, we are protectors, standing right beside her to ensure that the resources, the respect, and the care that she deserves. Being my sister's supporter means showing up unapologetically, unwaveringly. It means that the advocacy for her health is not limited to words. It's reflected in our actions, our votes, and our willingness to change the system that too often neglects her needs. Her health, her rights, her safety, these are sacred. And by standing with her, we are doing our part to create a future where Black mothers, sisters, daughters have the freedom to choose, to thrive, and to live without fear. This is our duty and our responsibility and our honor. When I think about going into our own healthcare and think about ourselves, I think about the Black male opportunity agenda, which is more of a call to advance our communities. It's about prioritizing our own health and well-being, the foundation for a stronger future, for us to fully realize the vision of economic mobility, educational access and social justice, we must first start with taking care of ourselves, our body and our mind. How do we advocate for better healthcare, fairer policies, and stronger communities if we ourselves are struggling with preventable health issues? The opportunity agenda isn't just about external resources. It's a commitment to ensuring that we are physically, mentally, and emotionally prepared to meet the challenges and opportunities before us. And if you give me I got one more minute, because I think one issue that I really just wanted to tap on as a professor, I have to touch on it, is just talk about education. And our investment in education isn't just a matter of policy, it's a matter of legacy. Education is the foundation on which dreams are built, where young Black boys and girls discover their potential and begin to shape their future. But there are those who seek to strip the foundation away. We've heard promises to dismantle the Department of Education, to ban books, to erase our history from classrooms. They want to silence the stories of our heroes, to make invisible the contributions and resilience of Black men and women who have come before us. They want to deny our young people the right to know who they are and where they come from and what they're capable of. But we can't let that happen, not on our watch. This year, just this year, 2024, we celebrated the 80th anniversary of the Brown versus Board of Education, and it's the 60th anniversary of Freedom Summer, movements where Black men and women, boys and girls fought courageously for the right to learn, to grow, to be free. We cannot let those sacrifices be in vain. We have a duty to protect the gains, to ensure that every child, regardless of where they come from, have the access to high quality education, the truth, and are full of opportunity.
Brandon Frame, man, you better preach. Bishop Dr. Brandon Frame over here, man. I love that. Oh, that was awesome. And just powerful. Thank you for bringing us that history forward into the present day. And I need to hold one of them Black Man Can hoodies as soon as you have a chance. Joshua Doss, over to you to close this out, because people have been talking crazy about criminal justice reform and Kamala Harris's record, man. Set the record straight on this, because we've heard a lot of nonsense on this one, man. What's the deal with criminal justice and Vice President Kamala Harris?
Yeah, well, I'll take a step back and say I'm glad we're having this conversation, particularly about criminal justice reform, something that our community is frequently running into issues with in our own country, in the country that we built. There was a ton of misinformation about Kamala Harris's record, and it mattered when folks thought that she locked up a ton of Black men for weed. It mattered because we have this relationship with the criminal justice reform with the criminal justice system that is sensitive, right? An ugly history, and it mattered. And so I believe that if it mattered when we thought that that's what she did, it has to matter that she has a plan now that supports legalizing marijuana, ensuring that Black men who have been disproportionately criminalized for marijuana offenses have opportunities to succeed in that business, and talking about expunging records. If that mattered, then this must also matter, right? And I think that that's incredibly important for us to be talking about. We have a community that has just been disproportionately affected by this criminal justice system, and we have a party that is trying to give police officers qualified immunity to walk around in our communities where our cousins, our aunties, and our uncles live with trigger fingers and knowing that they're not going to get any consequences, right? We have one side that is saying that. If that matters, it also has to matter that we have another side that is talking about reimagining our relationship with policing in America, right? Banning chokeholds, banning no-knock warrants, banning the very thing, implementing racial bias training among police officers, implementing the very things that keep our community safe, right? And keep us away from that early introduction to the criminal justice system that we know then eventually will create a repeat offending situation. So I think that that's where we are with criminal justice, or with criminal justice reform and the two candidates. And that's just my opinion on how we should move forward.
Awesome, Joshua. Thank you. And thank you for your DOS-back contributions throughout this conversation. Gentlemen, you have been amazing on the toughest issues imaginable. And we so appreciate your perspective. And I know the people in the chat do as well. And I love this comment just real quick. Greg Wheat said, look at all these brothers smiling. It's the small things that matter, right? So Black men continue to smile. Thank you all. Y'all, we're closing this out. Thank you for, we are going long because this is an important election and we got a lot to say, but we have now come to our our close. We got an awesome young man on the line to help us close. He's going to talk a little bit about the intergenerational parts of this election. Wisdom Cole is the Senior National Director of Advocacy for the NAACP, but he's doing a lot of organizing among young people. Why should young people care about this election, Wisdom? Why is this something that should cut across generations and mobilize all people?
And Joshua, it's great to be here with you. And I just want to echo all the sentiments that our brothers have said tonight. We've been talking about a lot of the key issues that matter the most in this election. And I think for young people, this is really an intergenerational battle, right? There are so many key issues that haven't been fought for. They're on the ballot today, right? For all those who've received student debt cancellation, student debt is still on the ballot. For all those who are concerned about environmental climate justice, that is on the ballot as well. The future of health equity, right? These are all key issues that young people are invested in because we are issue-based voters, right? It's important for us to recognize the intergenerational connection that is happening in this moment in time, right? The baton is being passed for us to turn up and to turn out. We have seen our elders talk about the fight for civil rights and talk about the fight for economic justice and political representation. And that fight is far from over, right? We are not starting from scratch. We are standing on the shoulders of giants, and we are continuing that race. And so it's important for us to continue to have these conversations with our families, with our friends, recognizing that voting is a family affair. It's important for us to mobilize those who are in our networks, for us to use the areas that we are engaged in already, right? I'm seeing young people register and turn out people at the club. I'm seeing young people engage with folks on their HBCU campuses. I'm seeing folks do 1,000,001 tours all across this nation, making sure that we are turning out young people, because the future of this election, the future of the results that happen from this election will impact us for generations to come. Generations that haven't even been born yet will feel the impact of this election.
Amen, brother. Wisdom indeed. Thank you so much, my man. And thank you for all the work that you're doing every single day. Y'all, we have come to our close. I hope you have been blessed by this conversation. Black Economic Alliance, thank you for hosting. We got a lot of comments where people asking where to find this conversation. You're going to be able to find it at the Black Economic Alliance's Instagram page and their LinkedIn page. We're going to do a quick edit and then make sure that you have a tight conversation that you can not only watch yourself, but share with others. As we close, listen, my background looks a little different because I pulled a couple items down. These are a couple of my treasures. I just wanted to use them to close real quick. This is a baseball that's signed by brother Hank Aaron, one of my personal heroes. And I just want to read a quote from him as we close. It says, "I have always felt that no matter where you come from, you should have the chance to be the best you can be. My hope is that we can continue to open doors and provide opportunities for those who come after us so that they can feel free to chase their dreams." Isn't that what we want as Black men? Just the opportunity to chase our dreams. And then a final quote. This is another one of my treasures, The Fire Next Time, signed by James Baldwin. This is really something that I cherish. And our great mind and activist and author James Baldwin wrote in The Fire Next Time, "Everything now we must assume is in our hands. We have no right to assume otherwise. If we do not falter in our duty now, we may be able, just a handful that we are, to end this nightmare and achieve for our country and change the history of the world." Black men, in just a few days, you can literally change the course of this country and indeed the world. The power is in your hands. And now, thanks to the Black Economic Alliance, the information is in your hands. Let's make informed and wise decisions and bring another brother along with us. Check out everything you need to vote at bit.ly/vote 2024 election. Scan the QR code. Follow the Black Economic Alliance, Instagram and LinkedIn to get this video. And let's indeed be the force that changes the world. Thank you all and have a great night.